is our regular scheduled meeting November 24th, 2015. Please do a roll call, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Flint.
Present.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall is supposed to be joining us by telephone.
I just sent him out a message that the bridge is open. Did you send one to him
Just
too?
asked if it was open. I said yes.
Mr. Hall, are you there?
So, Madam Clerk, we've got a quorum,
You've
but
got a
not
quorum.
Mr. Hall. We need to get him online as soon as we can. Next item of business, Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Steele, would you lead us in the pledge, sir? He's not responded back to me, so maybe I'll get hold of you. There are no minutes of previous meetings. The clerk's efficient as ever and got them caught up. Thank you, ma'am. Mayor's report, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Nothing right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Assembly Chair's report. As Amy will tell you, we've got the marijuana ordinance going forward. It's going to P&Z, and I met with the Federation of Community Councils. We gave them copies at that meeting. I said every one of them needs to get their own committee, and I heard the argument from some of them, we don't meet in the summertime. The problem is the state's not going to take that as an answer if we've got a license for marijuana coming in that community council. So it behooves every community council to get organized, to be a little more responsive, and then we're shut down for the summertime. So that's something we need to make sure community councils understand. We've got the vehicle to get their comments, but they need to respond because I think the state's not going to spend time waiting for them. And that's all I've got from Assembly Chair's report. Let's go down to committee reports. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and lots to be thankful for this time of year. Thankful that I work with you guys and gals, with my esteemed colleagues who give good government as best we can, and so I appreciate that. So thank you, and happy Thanksgiving to the staff and, of course, the community, and thank you all for being here. We had the Public Safety Committee meeting on Wednesday, the 18th, this past Wednesday, and we had quite a full agenda, as we generally do. I think most notable, the Anchorage Downtown Partnership came in at the 1 o'clock hour and shared with us some vision that may be forthcoming in the Bus Accommodation Center, as we know, downtown just near City Hall. Some safety concerns that have been long-lasting effects that we're trying to combat those and maybe meet some of those challenges. Hope to attend their meeting pretty soon. And let me see what I can find out. Our third, I believe we may have to postpone or either move up or postpone, cancel a meeting in December because we're getting close to the holidays for the Public Safety Committee. So unless there's anything from the public safety entities, let me know if there's anything on the agenda. We may just cancel December's meeting since it falls right before Christmas time.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have an enterprise committee meeting on, I believe it was the 19th. We hear from ML&P and the port, and both have serious projects going on, but ML&P has their 2A project, and it's getting to be wintertime, so they've got some lines they have to put in that is frozen and so on and so forth, but those are operational things. All in all, folks are working away.
Okay, thanks, Dick.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Domboski, we're trying to get Mr. Hall's connection to work. Sorry.
That's okay. I have plenty to say, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I launch into my committee reports, if I may, I'd like to follow up on a question that I asked a couple of assembly meetings back. So I asked specifically about compensation with executive employees. And the answer that was given to the Assembly at the end of the meeting, specifically regarding the Chief of Staff of the Mayor's office, was that basically Ms. Fleet Green and Mr. Baker's salary was about $2,000 difference. And my question was, as these employees are hired, what is the parity? And I don't think I was clear in my question, but my question was, okay, I start somebody at A, when they end up 6 years later at B, to me those are two different measuring points. So I went back and I pulled the AMs myself. And I have to say, I did share these a couple weeks ago with a member of the press that asked for them. And I was a little dismayed to see the article in the paper because I don't think it told the whole story. So the AM 94-2009, when Mr. Baker was initially hired by the municipality of Anchorage for 6 months, he received no pay and no benefits. He worked for free for the city for 6 months. So I thought that was interesting. But then when you want to know what the parity is, when he was hired, there's no direct correlation because the first annual report where he was a full-time employee, there's no chief of staff listed. But knowing what he did, essentially the duties I believe were the same. It's listed as executive manager, and the pay without benefits was $112,798, $112,000. So if we were just to take without benefits and say the current chief of staff is making $125,000 versus Mr. Baker, I think if anybody wants these, I'm happy to share them with you. I was just asking for a reference point to try to understand where the benchmark of this administration is starting their executive level employees versus the last. Obviously, I recognize inflation, and those things happen, but I did not receive any of these answers from the administration. So I found them myself, and actually Rose did, and I want to say thank you to Rose for finding those, but I'm happy to share them in the future if anybody'd like them. And you're welcome. So now moving on to committee reports. For the Community and Economic Development Committee, we did have a meeting, this last meeting. It was a robust meeting. Both the marijuana draft and the cell tower draft ordinances were presented to the committee. Both were passed out and referred to Planning and Zoning. The Assembly Community and Economic Development Committee has been working with the administration to review and draft potential land use, zoning, and licensing code for the municipality of Anchorage. The draft ordinance has been referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Federation of Community Councils, as well as the Chamber of Commerce for review and comment. The committee's expectation is that Planning and Zoning will have this item on their agenda. Actually, I've heard it's going to be December 14th. I thought it would be in January, but it's December 14th. And then the item will actually be introduced on the January 12th Assembly agenda with a public hearing set for January 26th. The Community and Economic Development Committee expects the ordinance to be introduced largely as is. The ordinance relies on existing public notice requirements in Title 21. Once introduced, as with all ordinances, this ordinance will be subject to amendments offered by the Assembly in light of comments from the Planning and Zoning Commission and the public. We're circulating the document prior to Assembly introduction to allow the public additional time to review and prepare comments. And we want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission in advance for their work on this ordinance and their willingness to change their schedule to get it up and get it going pretty quickly. And then for the cell tower ordinance, again, that ordinance was referred to the Federation, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Chamber of Commerce for review and comment. It's our expectation that P&Z will have this on their agenda in late January or early February. The item will be introduced to the Assembly on December 22nd, but I'm requesting that the public hearing be delayed until February 23rd. That way it gives plenty of time to get through planning and zoning and circulate community councils. So if anybody is looking for any of those ordinances, I've asked the clerk to distribute both these memos with the timeline for Assembly members so you can answer questions if you're asked, but and as well as the ordinances. But the ordinances are also found on the Community and Economic Development Committee's committee page. So if you're a member of the public and you want to look, you can just go to muni.org, click on Assembly, go under Committees, find our committee, and then the ordinance is right there. So you're more than welcome to tear it apart and let us know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to get into a tit for tat here, but Larry Crawford was the initial chief of staff for the Sullivan administration.
Yeah, and he made $109,000.
So, Two things. AMATS met last week. We meet early in November and December due to the holidays. And one of the items you'll see before you this evening is item 14L. This is the work plan for AMATS for our transportation group. And I'll do my best to answer any questions anyone has, but we do probably need to get to that tonight because it has to go through DOT and AFHWA before the end of the year. The only other thing is, I sure hope we finish at a reasonable hour tonight. I am wearing a somewhat different uniform than usual, no tie.
Okay, what are you doing?
One of my friends coerced me into being a Seawolf captain, and for the Great Alaska Shootout, and the team I'm hosting is Middle Tennessee State, which plays the Seawolves on Thanksgiving evening, and I'm supposed to go meet them at the airport at 12:30. So,
Well, I think we should have you out of here by then.
I sure hope so, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Budget and Finance Committee met on November 12th, and the OMB director reported that the budget to actuals for 2015 as of October is 2.6% underspent. And he also reported that approximately $5 to $7 million is projected in uncommitted fund balance for 2015 year-end. The administration also provided an overview of the Bering Street Fleet Maintenance Shop proposed purchase, which is on our agenda for tonight for introduction with a public hearing scheduled for December 8. We had a really good presentation. We revised that if we continue to lease that building for the next 10 years, the payments would be $3.78 million. The assessed value of that facility is $3.2 million, and the purchase price is $3.75 million. The purchase would be funded with Fleet Maintenance Capital Fund balance, which is currently approximately $6 million. During our meeting, Mr. Domboski moved, second by Mr. Trainey, to recommend that we approve the purchase, and the committee unanimously approved the motion, and there was a quorum at the meeting. We also had discussion on the fire sprinkler exemption and the possibility of a 10-year limitation. We were advised that there are currently 1,243 parcels with fire sprinklers, and 825 of them have property tax exemptions. And after that discussion, Mr. Domboski moved, second by Mr. Peterson, to include a legislative request in the 2016 legislative package to amend the statutes to move the fire sprinkler exemption from the required to the optional section of the state statutes. And what this would do is give local governments the option to continue the exemption as is for a specified time period, or either end the exemption at a future date. We also had the SAP Review Committee meeting on November 12th. Mr. Thurn reported that a contract is in the works for a project manager, and negotiations with SAP continues. Approximately $38 million of the $49.2 million appropriated by the Assembly has been spent on the project. February 29th is the target date for completing the blueprinting. The Sunshine Building is still under an 18-month lease, but it's being used by the contractors. The apartment leases are expiring December 31st and will not be renewed. In lieu of the apartments, they are negotiating with the Hilton and the Sheraton for a rate of $89 a night, and the go-live target date remains July 1st, 2017. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 19th, where we will discuss the proposed marijuana tax ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The seemingly dormant ad hoc committee on chronic inebriation is no longer dormant. We have a meeting scheduled for December 3rd, at which Ms. Burke, the homeless coordinator for the administration, will address us on the administration's recently rolled out homelessness plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir, how is your cell tower committee going?
Well, thanks for asking, Mr. Chairman. We actually completed work on our draft and made a presentation to the Community and Economic Development Committee on November 12th. And I've got good feedback from people I talked to, and people felt that there was a good process. There were numerous citizens involved at several meetings, and so we were getting input from lots of different people. So hopefully it will end up being a good ordinance when we finally pass it.
Good. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Sure. The audit plan's slowly being developed. If there's audit topics or special interest items that you'd like to see audited for next year, you can certainly send those through to me or just directly to the audit department as well. And if there's some that you'd like to perhaps have a confidential tone on, you can contact me and we'll kind of talk about how to keep a confidential lid on the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
I don't have a report, but I'd like to recognize two former assemblymen and women, Mr. Barnett and Ms. Osiander. Welcome. It's nice to have both of you in the chambers.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My report that I will call in on the bridge. Meeting of the Marijuana Committee, December 3rd. We're finally at the point where the Marijuana Control Board has done the majority of their work. They've adopted resolutions. We're pretty well pleased with where they've gone with that. So on the 3rd, we'll be bringing a lot of our moving parts together and finalizing and being prepared to start letting ordinance to the body as a whole. So we're very much looking forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Technology is really great. Sometimes you've got to help technology work right. Thank you, ma'am. Next item of business on here is the addendum to the agenda. Ms. Gray Jackson, I need a motion on the addendum to the agenda.
Move to incorporate the addendum.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to go through it with you. On page 1, item 9A2, Resolution AR 2015-307, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz honoring James K. Barnett for his 20 years of service on the Cook Inlet Historical Society. Item 9B7, and the resolutions for action, Resolution 2015-314, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Municipal Clerk Office to explore implementing vote-by-mail elections in Anchorage from the Assembly Ethics and Elections Committee. Item 9B8, Resolution AR 2015-315, a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds which were appropriated in the 2015 Assembly Department General Operating Budget 101 of $500 from an Anchorage Assembly member individual account to the Anchorage Downtown Partnership 3812, donations to nonprofit organizations, all within the Department of the Assembly for the purpose of donating to the annual fireworks in Town Square from Assembly Member Flynn. Under Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction, item 9F6, Resolution AR 2015-308, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $326,800 of operating income to the Federal Grants Fund 241 for program administration, planning, grant maintenance, and community development services in the Department of Health and Human Services, DPHS. Public hearing requested is 12/8/15. There's a company send memorandum with it, AM 712-2015. There's an item here, 9F7, Resolution AR 2015-313, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $800,000 to partially fund the purchase of apparatus and equipment for the Chugach Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department, all within Chugach Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 404, Anchorage Fire Department. Public hearing requested 12/8/2015. Accompanying the same memorandum with it, AM 317-2015. Under old business, unfinished action on public hearing items. Item 11E2, Information Memorandum AIM 15-2015. And then there's 11E3, Ordinance AO 2015-112S, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapters 3.20 and 3.30, relating to the organization of the executive branch and setting forth the duties and responsibilities of the executive branch agencies, Office of Management and Budget. And accompanying a same memorandum with it, AM 582-2015A. On the back side, we have F3, be 11F3, Ordinance AO 2015-106S, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2016 General Government Operating budget for the municipality of Anchorage, Office of Management and Budget, accompanying a semi-memorandum with it, AM 573-2015A. Item 11I2, Ordinance AO 2015-109S, an ordinance adopting the 2016 General Government Capital Improvement Budget from the Office of Management and Budget. There's a semi-memorandum along with it. Semi-memorandum AM 576-2015A. There's an item 11J2, Resolution 2015-271S, a resolution adopting the 2016-2021 General Government Capital Improvement Program from the Office of Management and Budget. That completes the addendum, and I'll get a motion on the laid on the table. Is there any objection to the addendum to the agenda? Mr. Hall?
No objection.
Okay. Is there any objection from some members here? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk. We've approved the addendum to the agenda. Now, I've also got a couple laid-on items. Ms. Gray Jackson, make a motion on laid-on items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to incorporate laid on the table items.
Second.
Now, let me go down and go through them. I got 'em. The first one is laid on the table, item 9A3. It's Summary Resolution 2015-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Heidi Caben for her more than 25 years of outstanding service to the Anchorage Assembly, the Municipal Clerk's Office, and the Municipality of Anchorage. The next one laid on the table item is item 9B7A. It's AR 2015-314S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Municipal Clerk's Office to explore implementing vote-by-mail elections in Anchorage. The next one laid on the table item is 9B8A. It's AR 2015-315S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly pre-approving $500 from the semi-member department, Area-Wide General Fund 101, to the Finance Department, Area-Wide General Fund 101, to provide a grant to the Anchorage Downtown Partnership. What?
It's accompanied by an AM.
I didn't see that one.
It's right on the back.
And it's accompanied, oh, it's on the back of it. It's accompanied by an semi-memorandum AM 716-2015, subject pre-approval of $500 from the Assembly Department, Area-Wide General Fund 101 to the Finance Department, Area-Wide General Fund 101 to provide a grant to Downtown Partnership. Any objection to the laid on the table items? Mr. Hall, any objection?
No objection.
Any objection from Assembly members that are here? Madam Clerk, not seeing any objections. We've modified the document in front of us. Let's vote on the consent. Let's go ahead and pull those items that need pulled for a little further discussion. Ms. Johnston, ma'am, we'll start with you.
I'd like to pull item 9A2.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir?
9 Delta 15.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, sir?
9 Alpha 1.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn, sir?
Mr. Chairman, from the laid on the table items, 9 Alpha 3, please. Oh, and Mr. Chairman, if the clerk would like, I would pull 9 Bravo 8 to make sure the S version is approved, but I don't think that's necessary. And then we also need to pull item 9 Delta 9 for purposes of a very minor amendment.
Okay. Let me just get these. What was the last one you said, Mr. Flynn?
9 Delta 9.
Okay. For a typo?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Mr. Evans beat me to it.
Okay. I'm not going to get into domestic violence.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Steele. What, ma'am?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but in reference to Mr. Flynn's document, I think we still need to pull the one that's on the addendum so that that doesn't get automatically approved, and the one that's laid on the table is the one that gets approved. So I think you had good thought there, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So which one do you want to pull?
Yeah,
Which one?
Bravo 8, and then not move.
Okay.
No additional items, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
On the addendum, the 9 Bravo 7, 9B7.
Okay. Mr. Hall, sir?
I want to make sure it was pulled 9B7A.
That's on the late on the table items.
That's the one I was looking for, sorry. 9B7A.
You should pull 9B7.
Yeah, we got that one. Anything else that needs pulled by the body? If not, we'll go through, make sure we got all of them listed down. On the regular agenda, she's good. I know you got that one, but we've got 9A1. And then on the regular agenda, we've got, on the addendum, we've got 9A2. 983 on the late on the table items. We've got 9B7. We've got 9B7A. We've got 9B8. We've got 9D9. We've got 9D15. Is that all of them, Madam Clerk?
That's all I've got.
Okay. Bring it up for voting then. Then we'll go back through them.
So we need Ms. Gray Jackson to make a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Second, okay. Good. Please vote. Mr. Hull?
Yes.
The consent agenda was approved except for those items that were pulled for a little further discussion. We'll go through those. Was anybody appointed to a board or commission that's here tonight? Then we'll first get to item 9A1. It's Resolution 2015-304, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly endorsing an open letter, I am pro-snow, to world leaders requesting climate action for winter communities around the world. That was pulled by Mr. Evans.
I'll make the motion to approve so he doesn't have to.
Second?
Okay. So Mr. Flynn makes the motion. Who's going to second it?
I did.
Moved and seconded.
I recognize, Mr. Chairman, some people don't want to vote for this, so I don't feel any need to debate. We can just vote if everyone's comfortable with that.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any discussion from assembly members?
Did he, I misunderstood. What did Mr. Flynn say?
I don't feel any need to debate, but if you want to,
He doesn't want to
I'm
debate,
fine.
doesn't want to discuss.
I just
Just
assume we
up
vote,
and down
let those who wish to vote against it, vote against it.
Any discussion among assembly members?
No, I was 14 below zero when I read it, however, though. So, thank you.
And now it's all water out there, isn't it? Okay, we're going to vote. Mr.
No, I would prefer to debate, actually.
You would?
This resolution, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Steve.
Well, I was just, I wouldn't belittle in the least bit Mr. Flynn's gold-plated credentials as a tree-hugging greenie. I appreciate him for it, but the idea that, the representatives of the largest population in the state, which is most dependent of all the states on fossil fuel would send a resolution in support of strict climate change regulations, which would impact Alaska far greater than just about any other state. It seems like it goes well beyond what we should be doing as an elected body without, any further discussions, work sessions, things like that to see if this is the will of the body. I mean, these type of, regulations, and I don't want to debate the efficacy of climate change regulations with you, although that'd be fun at some different time, would certainly have an impact on the economy of Anchorage, on people's real lives. A lot of people in my district work in the gas and oil industry. A lot of others are dependent upon it. So I take this, really seriously, and I think it is certainly nothing that we should be approving at this time without a lot more work to make sure it's something that is good for Anchorage. Thanks.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Mr. Flynn shared this with me before he flew it out, and my one comment was it seemed a little bit, if we're going to talk about climate change, we have villages that are falling into rivers and such, and it was a little bit on the snooty side, I thought, even though we do have, Mr. Evans, a ski resort in our district. But I wasn't quite sure if that would warrant this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly didn't mean to insult any of Mr. Evans' constituents. And in fact, I think uniquely among this body, I've actually worked in the oil and gas industry quite a bit in my career, and am quite pro-hydrocarbon. So I guess my gold-plated greenie tree hugger credentials aren't quite as gold-plated and more tin as you might think. But what I did do, I was approached by a person in Colorado who's been working on this project, and frankly, what she gave me initially was, I thought, a little bit perhaps more snooty, as Ms. Johnston put it. So I redeveloped the language to focus on our winter tourism economy, which is important to me, I think important to all of us. You'll note specific references to winter events in Alaska, and that's sort of what affects Anchorage, and so that's how I focused it. I recognize people have different opinions about the subject, and I don't begrudge anybody who chooses to vote against this. I just tried to make it central to our economy, and did my best. And if you don't like it, I'm fine.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Flynn, how is this item going to be used?
Not much. It's probably worth the paper it's written on.
Well, I think global warming is a real issue, but and we've got some real serious flooding issues across the state, but I'm not sure that this is worthy of Alaska's in-depth concerns on the issue. So I probably will be a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out that the state of Alaska has set a goal of having 50% of our electricity produced by renewable energy by 2025. And and part of the reason for that is the state was hoping to use renewables, and so we'd be able to export more of the oil and gas that we produce and sell them to other entities. And of course, if we use less, that leaves more to sell. I just thought I'd point that out. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, we'll bring voting out for this. Mr. Hall, you're first. Please vote.
No.
Mr. Flynn, that did not pass the body. I'm sorry, sir. Next item in front of us on the agenda is item 9A2. It's Resolution 2015-307, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz, honoring James K. Barnett for his 20 years of service on the Cook Inlet Historical Society. That was pulled by you, Ms. Johnson.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous, Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ask unanimous, see no objection, Madam Clerk.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz
Jim,
honoring
come on up.
James K. Barnett for his 20 years of service on the Cook Inlet Historical Society. Whereas James K. Barnett is retiring from the Cook Inlet Historical Society after serving 20 years on its board of directors and serving as president from 1998 to 2015. And whereas James K. Barnett is a fourth-generation Californian with a passion for early history of the west coast of North America from California to Alaska. And whereas James K. Barnett has been an Alaska attorney with British Petroleum and in private practice in Anchorage since 1974. And whereas James K. Barnett also served as Deputy Commissioner of the State of Alaska Department of Natural Resources from 1982 to 1986. And whereas James K. Barnett has committed much of his time to community service by being elected on the Municipal of Anchorage Assembly from 1986 to 1992, representing South Anchorage voters. And whereas James K. Barnett also served as Deputy Commissioner of the State of Alaska Department of Natural Resources from 1982 to 1986, and whereas that was a repeat. Whereas James K. Barnett as Anchorage Assemblyman in 1986 proposed naming the new 350-seat auditorium in the newly constructed Anchorage Performing Arts Center after Sidney Lawrence, a prominent Alaska artist. And whereas James K. Barnett has expanded knowledge of Alaska and regional history by authoring Alaska History in Brief, an armchair layperson's guide to Alaska history geared toward the thousands of tourists who visit Alaska each year. And whereas James K. Barnett was instrumental in organizing the 1994 exhibit, an international symposium celebrating the bicentennial of Captain George Vancouver's voyage to Alaska. And whereas James K. Barnett also helped organize 2002 year-long celebration about Arctic and Antarctic exploration, which focused on bringing to the Anchorage Museum the 1907-1909 Shackleton Antarctic Expedition exhibit, as well as the 2009 celebration of 50th anniversary of Alaska's statehood. And whereas James K. Barnett became co-editor and contributor to the Vancouver Symposium papers Enlightenment and Exploration in the North Pacific in 1997, and whereas James K. Barnett more recently authored Captain Cook in Alaska and the North Pacific in 2008, and whereas James K. Barnett co-edited Arctic Ambitious Captain Cook in the Northwest Passage in 2015 and was instrumental in organizing the three-day symposium with the Anchorage Sister Cities Commission at the Anchorage Museum and the Rasmussen Center. And whereas James K. Barnett made an extraordinary effort as chair of the Centennial Commission to encourage the development of a strong history-based component as part of the centennial celebration of the city's history, including a book, Charles Woolworth's From the Shores of Ship Creek, Stories of Alaska's First 100 Years, the official Anchorage Centennial film, Anchorage Is, and the Anchorage Centennial Symposium at the Anchorage Museum at the Rasmussen Center. And whereas James K. Barnett expanded knowledge of Alaska history and increased the awareness of Alaska's past by encouraging and sponsoring on behalf of the Cook Inlet Historical Society, the Anchorage School District's Anchorage Centennial Project, and for years promoting local district contests for National History Day in Alaska for students in grades 6 through 12. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and thanks James K. Barnett for his community service and his dedication to the preservation of Anchorage and the Cook Inlet region history, his scholarship and involvement in organizing major exhibitions and symposiums, and for his efforts in expanding educational and public outreach of Alaska history, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 24th day of November, 2015.
Wow. You probably gave that to me because you thought I was going away and never coming back, probably, right?
No, we read your medical report. We know you're going away.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this. I know you don't normally give awards for people who are leaving strictly private organizations, so I'm going to assume the reason I'm here mainly is because we've just completed a pretty spectacular year about the Anchorage Centennial. And so I'd like to share this award with you, the Anchorage Assembly, because
it was because of you a couple of years ago that we funded this project and that we've had a pretty successful centennial celebration. Some of the things are mentioned in the resolution. I'm sorry, Jennifer, that you had to read such a long thing. You probably want to take a break. But many of those things were ideas that we conceived with you, and we really appreciate your support. Mayor Sullivan is not here, of course, now, but I'd like to recognize him for his considerable effort in getting the centennial going and appointing the advisory committee. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Mayor Berkowitz. His 10th day in office, he came on down to the Anchorage Museum and cut the birthday cake, which was exactly 100 years to the day after Anchorage was founded, when Andrew Christensen sold the lots that created the Anchorage town site. So thank you all for the recognition. I have several board members from Quick Inlet Historical Society and my beautiful wife of 44 years, believe it or not, here in the audience. Thank you all.
We have a few questions, Jim.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Well, thank you for your service, and by the way, my seat is open.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Mr. Barnett, you're not in my district, but she's not kidding.
Thank you.
But in any event, thank you again for your service to the community. Authored, 3-4 times at least by just in this little short thing. I don't know where your passion behind Captain James Cook and if it came from just your studies and reading, but you certainly made seems like a passion and certainly put it towards to some good works and good reading. So thank you for all you've done, and I don't think we could have had a successful celebration or centennial without you. So thank you for being willing to step up and do that.
Thank you very much.
Jim, just one last comment. I was on the assembly together with you, and you took a new assembly member and didn't get too upset at me when I did crazy things, and I appreciate it. You didn't tell me I had to leave, so I stay here.
Well,
thank you.
The fact that you're chairman must mean that some of my advice didn't rub off, and you.
Long discussions, they did wear off a bit.
Very good. Thank
Jim,
you.
Thank you so much for what you've done for this town.
Thank you.
We've got a lot more to
It's
do.
been a lot of fun. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Next item in front of us is item 9A3. Was pulled by Mr. Flynn. This is Assembly Resolution 2015-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Heidi Caban for her more than 25 years of outstanding service to the Anchorage Assembly, the Municipal Clerk's Office, and the Municipality of Anchorage. If I get a motion to approve that, Mr.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent, Mr. Hall.
Yes.
Ask unanimous consent from the body. See no objection. That's approved, Madam Clerk. Since we know she's not here, but she's home listening, as she is every meeting. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sort of as a personal aside, Heidi's one of those people who works behind the scene. No one ever sees her, no one ever hears her, except when something goes wrong and we need her to fix it. So, with that, whereas in August of 1987, Heidi Caban started with the Municipality of Anchorage as a temporary administrative secretary in the Office of Equal Opportunity. And whereas on November 13, 1990, Heidi Caban was hired as a senior office associate in the municipal clerk's office and served as clerk to the Board of Equalization. And whereas in her first evaluation after 3 months of employment, Heidi was commended because she rekeyed the ordinances and resolutions so that they were accessible by computer, and has been recognized in other evaluations over the years for working independently, accurately, and effectively, meeting deadlines and serving as a valued staff member in the municipal clerk's office. And whereas on August 6, 1992, Heidi was promoted to Principal Office Associate, where she began working as the Assembly Agenda Coordinator and prepared the Assembly preliminary, final, and action agendas, compiled and distributed agenda packets, maintained a log of all ordinances, Assembly memoranda, and resolutions detailing the document number, title, and action, and maintained and distributed the Assembly schedule for public hearings, work sessions, and other activities. Heidi Caban continues to serve in that position in 2015, and since 1990 has produced almost 1,000, specifically 976, agendas for regular, special, and joint assembly meetings. And whereas since 1990, Heidi has worked for over 57 assembly members, including Anchorage Assembly chairs well, someone I know, Heather Flynn, James Kubitz, Craig Campbell, James Barnett, Mark Begich, Dick Trainey, Craig Campbell, Mark Begich, Favon Gimmigan, Dick Trainey. There's a pattern here. And Anna Fairclough, Dan Sullivan, Dan Coffey, Matthew Clayman, Harriet Drummond, Debbie Osiander, Patrick Flynn, Dick Trainey, Debbie Osiander, Ernie Hall, Patrick Flynn, and Dick Trainey. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Heidi Caban for her more than 25 years of outstanding service to the Anchorage Assembly and the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of November 2015. We know you're out there, Heidi, and we love you.
We know you're watching, Heidi. Mr. Steele, sir.
As a relatively new person on the Assembly, I think Heidi's going to be missed just from the amount of work she produces. She was constantly in there. Anything you need to know, she knows and was willing to help you with it. So for new people, she's also a good person. Yeah, and you've only got a few more years to, what was that, that one, 57 different Assembly members? There's only a few more, and you have 60, and even 60. So. Anyway, thank you for all your effort, Heidi.
Mr. Hall, any comments, sir?
I can never figure out how she did what she did. I would walk through and look at her desk, and then all of a sudden I would have a package show up with 885 pages in it, not only, in perfect order. It's beyond my comprehension, but my God, what an incredible individual she is and has been and will be to this body.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you for everything, Heidi. Enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You know, Heidi's unique because every office has one person that if you want something done, you take it to them. That was Heidi. Regardless of who else was in the office, Heidi's there. And so many people, if they want something to put on the agenda, Heidi's the one you've got to have. I remember I came in one time, she had this huge pile, about 12 inches high on her desk. I'm wondering, how does she ever get all that done? But she does it. She's a great lady, and we couldn't exist without her. So, Heidi, thank you. So moving on, the next item will be on our agenda is item 9B7 on the agenda, on the addendum to the agenda, and that was pulled by.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the.
You don't want to move the.
I don't want to move this one. I'd like to move the other, if I could. 9B7A.
9B7A.
Yes.
Is there a second? Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Second.
And I'll let Mr. Hall go first if he'd like. He's on the phone. I can.
Mr. Hall, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I pulled this is I want to postpone this until the meeting on December the 8th so that we can have public testimony on this item. This is a pretty major move that we're doing here and would like to have the public the opportunity to testify.
Okay.
If that needs a second, I'll second it.
That's his motion. We
I'll
need a
second.
second on it. You'll second it? Okay. What?
You know, at the last meeting, we had a discussion, and Mr. Starr said we shouldn't vote on setting the public
No, but we need
hearing.
a third. First, second, if there's a third, then we're set for public
May I ask
hearing.
you a question?
What?
Does it have to be December 8th, or could it be the 22nd? The only reason I ask is because we may have deliberations that night at 9 o'clock.
Mr. Hall, she brings up a good item. We may have another issue in front of us on the 8th. Do you have a problem with it going to
The 22nd.
the 22nd?
Not if it's necessary, no, Mr. Chairman, I do not.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the reasons that Mr. Hall asked us to put this on the agenda today and set it for public hearing on the 8th was because we did want public input, and I understand that the Assembly was looking for public input. I'm concerned that if it's moved to the 22nd of December, that is right before Christmas and we may not get public testimony. I would like to request in the alternative if we could set it for the 8th as Mr. Hall has requested, and if things don't look good with respect to the other item, that you would go ahead and postpone it.
No, because we want it done ahead of time. Mr. Bowski?
Mr. Chair, I have no problem with that, but the body has to be aware, no matter what, we have to stop by 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we know that.
So, okay.
Thank you. So we're going to go forward with this on the 8th of December. We've got a motion, a second, and a third, so that's where we're heading. Okay? Moving on. Next item in front of us is item 9B8.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by you, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, I'd like to move 9B8A.
Second?
Moved in second to move 9B8A.
Yeah, it's the S version.
Mr. Flynn.
I don't know if anyone really cares about the details, but basically the funding source for the New Year's Eve fireworks program in Town Square Park hit a snag this year. They've done a lot of legwork to try and get a few extra dollars to help keep it going, and I had extra money in my office account. Thought I'd make a small contribution. Had to do an S version just to be consistent with past practice, and hope if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any comments from assembly members? Any objection? Let's vote on now. Mr. Hall?
No objection.
Quick question, Mr. Flynn. Is there sufficient enough funds now with
In
this?
his account there is, yes. Oh, I mean for the whole thing?
Yes.
I'm a small piece of a larger puzzle, Mr. Honeman.
I didn't know where we were at with our office budget. Maybe we chip in.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and Mr. Boring, who's the incoming executive director, isn't here tonight, but they're making progress.
Thank you.
Let's vote on this item. Mr. Hall already voted.
Yes.
And that is approved. So thank you, Mr. Flynn. When the fireworks go off, we'll know who to thank.
There'd be more important people to thank than me, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no. So we're now down to item 9D9 on the regular agenda. And that was pulled by Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, I move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second?
Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you received electronically an amendment, and it's not so important that I felt there needed to be hard copies, but on page 2 of the Assembly Memorandum, line 6, there's a small typo, and it should read, rather than amendment number 2, amendment number 3. I happened to catch that in my review, and an electronic copy of the amendment was provided to the clerk's office, which she forwarded to you, but I figured it wouldn't be too hard for people to contemplate without hard copy.
Is there a second on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment, Mr. Hall?
No.
Is there any objection from the body? Seeing none, that is approved, that amendment. Now let's deal with the main motion in front of us. On the main motion, Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Okay. Must have got us off track, didn't I? Okay, please vote. That was approved by the body. Now we're moving down to 9D15.
Move to approve.
Second?
I have precedent in voting no on this. I'm not comfortable with some of the products that the municipality purchases, nor am I some of the services rendered primarily around the contraceptive programs in the morning after pill. So I'm a no vote on these.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on this item? We'll start voting on it. Mr. Hall first.
Yes.
Please vote. Item is approved.
Mr. Chairman?
That completes. Yes, sir.
I apologize. I'd like to move to reconsider item 9 Delta 18 so they can declare a potential conflict of interest.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reconsider action item 9D18, sir. Is there any objection? Mr. Hall, do you object to it? Reconsideration?
No objection.
Anybody in the body object to it? Seeing no one, that item is back in front of us. What? I guess he's branching out. Yeah. So
Move to approve.
Need
Second.
a second? Okay,
Second.
we've got it. Mr. Flynn,
So this one's a little convoluted, Mr. Chairman, but the two principles
what wouldn't be?
the two principals in this transaction are business partners of mine in two other entities, not this specific one. However, in addition, there is office space in this facility which we have discussed leasing to another entity that manages marketing and administrative tasks for 4 different entities, 2 of which I am a partner in. So it's a little tenuous, but I didn't want it to not be placed on the record, and I'll abide by whatever decision you make.
Ms. Dombowski,
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to,
make the motion, ma'am.
do you want me to go ahead and
Yes.
ask my questions, or Ms. Gray Jackson, would you like to do it? You're the vice chair. You can certainly, if you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski, but you can do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, I'm just trying to understand your relationship. So is the financial interest, does it vary directly or substantially with the outcome of the official action?
Does not.
It does not. Is your financial or private interest immediate, and is it dependent on factors beyond the official action?
Certainly not immediate, and the decision as to whether or not we lease space from this entity for entities with which I'm involved is pending. It's not immediate.
It's not immediate. So would you consider any financial interest that could potentially be down the road? Is it substantial or is it not?
It is not substantial.
Okay, so if we as a body were to deny this, it wouldn't financially negatively impact you in any substantial way?
It would not.
Okay, Mr. Flynn, do you think you can put the public interest before your private interest?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Chair, my own opinion, I'm not the chair, so you get to rule, but my own opinion is this is kind of like 2 or 3 steps removed. It's not direct. And I don't think Mr. Flynn has demonstrated a substantial financial interest in the matter before us, and I do believe he can put the public interest before his own, so I would support allowing Mr. Flynn to participate.
Thank you. I listened to the dialogue, and I think Mr. Flynn should participate in this item, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, you're directed by the chair to participate in this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No getting out of it. So let's vote on the approval of this item. Mr. Hall,
Yes.
please vote. Thank you. It's approved. So we bring up our next item of business. Next item of business in front of us is item 11A, same memorandum, AM 661-2015, Board of Adjustment appointment, Donald McClintock III. Postponed from 11/10/15 to permit a 10-day comment period. So we need a motion on this one.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Discussion from assembly members? Seeing none, let's vote. Mr. Hall first.
Yes.
Please vote. That item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 11B, is same memorandum AM 670-2015, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointments, Kenneth Ayers and Lisa Dole. Okay. Public hearing, no public hearing on it, but somebody needs to take action on this. Somebody make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members? Don't appear to be any. We'll vote. Mr. Hall,
Yes.
please vote. Item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 11C. It's a memorandum AM 671, 2015, Urban Design Commission appointments. Edward Leonardi and Melissa Morse. This item's in front of us for action. I'll need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
So who's Jennifer Johnson's second? Any discussion from assembly members? Not seeing any. Mr. Hall,
Yes.
please vote. That item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 11D, same memorandum, AM 672, 2015, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments, John Spring and Danielle Bailey. I'll need a motion on that.
Move to approve.
Discussion from assembly member. Mr. Honeman.
Just, I'm not sure if anybody was here from these agenda items. I know you
I
asked.
know when we get done, I'm going to ask them if they're here.
Very good. I just wanted to thank the public for willingness to participate in our government through these boards and commissions.
Good. Any discussion among assembly members? Not seeing any. Mr. Hall,
Yes.
please vote. That is approved. So is there anybody here that's been appointed to the Board of Adjustments, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeal, Urban Design Commission, or Planning and Zoning Commission? If there's anybody here, raise your hand, come on forward. Not seeing anyone. So they'll hear about it, but thanks for their service. It's hard. I know that item's just been taken to the Board of Adjustment. And it's not going to be an easy board to be on. So my thanks to the public for doing that. Next item on our old business is item 11E, ordinance AO 2015-112, ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, chapters 3.20 and 3.30, relating to the organization of the executive branch and setting forth the duties and responsibilities of the executive branch, agencies, Office of Management and Budget. We'll need a motion on that, and there's also on the addendum to the agenda.
I move the S version.
Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Mr. Falsey. We had a little bit of a discussion sidebar yesterday, and I wanted to see what his conclusion was regarding the Police and Fire Medical Trust letter that they sent regarding their concern about do they have span of control over their employee or don't they?
Through the chair, we're looking at the portion of the reorg which would apply to the staff of the Police and Fire Retiree Medical Trust Board. And through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, I think legal does have some concerns with the language as it exists now. I'll draw your attention in the first instance to the top of page 9, the amendment that would change B7. That refers to the Police, Fire, and Retiree Executive Board, which I believe is a typo, and that board doesn't even exist.
Right.
More substantively, the effect of the changes on the top of page 9 would be to mark the first time that the appointment of an executive-level municipal appointee is not subject to the oversight of either the Assembly or the executive branch. I have some concerns about whether that can be adequately squared with the Charter. I'd be happy to take that up further, but I'll say I don't have a conclusion for you tonight, and a potential solution may be to remove the portions of the ordinance that deal strictly with the Medical Trust Board staff, because that's not central to the main thrust of the ordinance and it's not as time sensitive.
Okay. I'm fine with that. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to articulate for the Assembly a couple of loose ends that Ms. Johnston and I were working through today. I had some great conversations with our Employee Relations Department and payroll. What we do know is the ordinance that this body passed in April, specifically the one, it was authored by myself and Ms. Gray Jackson. It basically established or articulated in the code that the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board basically had span of control over their employee. They could tell them when to work, they could hire who they wanted, they could fire who they wanted. That was the intent of that ordinance. So after the last meeting, I brought it to Mr. Falsey so he could look at it. And then and in that ordinance, it specifically said that the municipality is responsible to pay that trust for a non-Rep 15 position, right? Somewhere, we don't know where. I'm thinking it's in the last few months, but I think when Mayor Sullivan was still here. But somewhere, the position got changed from a non-Rep 15 to a 22E. And it doesn't say it in code anywhere. And so the point being, what I've asked Employee Relations and Payroll, the municipality has a fiduciary responsibility, a financial responsibility to pay at the non-Rep 15 level. Anything above that, it's my precursory view that the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board should be picking up if they're giving him raises since they're controlling him as an employee. But the answers haven't come back yet specifically on how much he's making, what's the difference. But what I do know is right now that difference is coming out of the employee relations budget, is what I'm told. But they're still doing information, they're still doing research, so I think there's a couple little loose ends we need to tie up here. But the other point is, when I was looking, Mr. Honeman and I had this conversation at the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board recently. When we were looking at it, there was this discussion if, in fact, that position did get changed to a 22E. Number one, how did it happen? But number two, it says in the charter that I saw, I'm not a lawyer, so I just know a few.
Play one.
Yeah. But it said that the mayor has the ability to appoint all department heads. Well, we know that the Police and Fire Medical Trust is not a department. So I think that's where some of these legal questions are coming. But I can tell you, everybody knows anytime we deal with this trust, they get very, they're very conscientious and very concerned anytime language is added or things are changed. So until this kind of gets worked out, I think the best solution, in my opinion, is just to kind of revert to what we had until legal can work it out. That's my suggestion, but take it or leave it.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got some other comments from Assembly members. Mr. Honeman.
Well, yes, and I was, if you recall, and I don't have the S version in front of me apparently, I'm looking at the org chart as it was listed, and it appears to have changed a bit over time, but on page, I'll refer you to page 9 and 10 of, now this is not the S version, but under J3, and then of course the new language J5. Thank you. Got it. Under J, I'll go to the S version then. Give me a second. So it's still roughly the same, but now on page 10 on the S version. Under section J3, the chair of the Police and Fire Retirement Board for executive employees of that board, and it should be subsection number 4, which would renumber the mayor for all other executive employees. I think that it should be number 5, but I'm not sure if that's what's being moved or if there's been any. Is that what Mr. Falsey's recommending we postpone?
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am.
I'm thinking, after consulting with Mr. Flynn, who also plays an attorney sometimes, I'm thinking what we're talking about doing is deleting section 6 right now at this time, because if you look at the changes, they're all within section 6. No, Mr. Flynn?
Not all of section 6, because there are parts that need to stay.
Well, I would say section 5, right?
I would say page 8, beginning with line 47.
Which is section 5.
Well, it's subparagraph 5 through page 9, line 12, and then page 10, lines 5 and 6.
Okay, and those
Why
all.
don't we take a 10-minute break and straighten this thing out, because I don't want us making amendments if we're not sure what we're doing.
We can do our dinner break now, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine.
Let's take a 10-minute.
That's fine.
I agree.
Okay,
Let's take our dinner break. Mr. Flynn, thank you. Let's take about a 20-minute break, and let's try and straighten this out.
I'll work with Bill.
Okay? Thank you. What?
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege. This week, our one of the clerk's employees, Lisa Schlauscher, I can never pronounce her name correctly, but anyway, she was promoted to deputy clerk, and it was well deserved. But one thing that we really need to do is she needs to take the oath of office, and I'd like for that to happen right now, and if it's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready? Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of Deputy Municipal Clerk
the duties of Deputy Municipal Clerk
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The big thing is we just want consistency with police and prior retirement board. It's no different because they get.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one other point of personal privilege. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This personal privilege is to recognize our Assembly Council for 10-year anniversary with the Municipality of Anchorage, and I'm going to read this memo from Chairman Traney, and it says, congratulations. On November 7, 2015, you completed 10 years of public service with the Municipality of Anchorage. The entire Assembly and I, Chairman Traney, appreciate your contributions to make Anchorage a better place. We thank you for your many hours of work on the Municipal Ethics Code. We appreciate the work that you did bringing the towing code rewrite to fruition, and many of us appreciate the ongoing legal advice that you give us day in and day out on the myriad of issues that are presented to the Anchorage Assembly members. Thank you very much for your service to the Municipality of Anchorage.
Madam Vice Chair and Chair Traney and members of the Assembly, thank you. I'm humbled. Dick has told me that I'm the first one to make 10 years with the Assembly. Well, I'm only the second council the Assembly has had, but I did not expect to stay for 10 years, and it's gone by just as if it was a couple of years. I know my predecessor was here for a couple of years, and as with every job, I figure I can make a 2-year commitment, and sometimes the job changes so much that I don't have to look for another job because the job itself changes before me. So I wanted to say something, if she's still here. Debbie Osiander was here earlier, and there's different assembly chairs that I've worked for. I started with Anna Fairclough, and then Dan Sullivan and Dan Coffey and Debbie Osiander a couple of times, and Mr. Flynn and Harriet Drummond and Dick Trainey and Ernie Hall a couple of times. And so it's the job changes as we go forward, and I appreciate the support. And I hope you feel supported. Thank you.
Julia, thank you so much for the work you do. I know a lot of times we give you an assignment that other people would think it's something they couldn't accomplish. You do it. And thank you very much.
Well, you're quite welcome, and thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I rang in on to speak, but I'm not sure if it was from earlier. But anyway, thank you.
Mr. Holdman.
Julia, I've been here for, well, almost a little more than half of the, I guess, 2 years that you've been. And you've been invaluable in your service towards information and certainly being able to craft ordinances sometime on a rather quick turnaround. So I appreciate your and your office's, your staff, your diligence to what needs to be done and your guidance. I mean, it's sometimes it takes a little bit for you to get it into our head so we can understand it, but it's really appreciated that we have you as a resource and a source to go to.
Mr. Honeman, I'm so glad that you mentioned my staff, because I've been lucky enough to been served by several different legal assistants. Susan Lutz was here when I first joined. Chiquita Cothran is still with the municipality. Lisa Schlusner is right in our assembly services, just been promoted to deputy municipal clerk, and Patrice Weinmeister left our service, but that was to open her own business. And now I'm served by Rosella Young, who some of you have had such a long history with the city and different things that Rosella was not a new face to you. And like Barbara Jones and some of the other esteemed women in our community, Rosella's part of the Athena organization, and it's just really great to have had such a fabulous staff.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey, sir. Do you have a comment on Julia, or are you just in queue? Ms. Dembowski. Julia?
That's okay. I'll talk while you walk back. That's fine. Julia, I just wanted to say thank you. Some may know and some may not, but I've kind of co-opted an office in Julia's office. I'm there a lot, and it seems the more quasi-judicial proceedings we go through, the more time we spend together. But I just want to say thank you, because when I come to Julia with an idea, oftentimes she understands very quickly the 4 or 5 other parts of code that will be affected by my thought or my idea. And I've found her to be invaluable, and I just want to say thank you very much.
Julia, one last comment. When we envision what the assembly attorney would do, you do that. I mean, this was a pretty hard thing to create that position, but you lived up to everything we expected it would do for us. Thank you very much, Julia. Look forward to working with you in the future. We're getting back to the regular agenda. We were on item 11E3. The S version of 2015-112.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Mr. Flynn, you had the floor, but do you want to?
Or you can do it. I can second.
Let her do it, or you do it?
Well, I did not participate in the sidebar.
Okay.
I did articulate what I thought needed to happen. If that's in fact correct, I'm happy to make that motion.
It is.
Then I will move specifically, I'll restate it just for the benefit of the body, that on page 8 of 10, beginning with line 47, through page 9, line 12, all material be deleted, and in addition, on page 10, lines 5 and 6 be deleted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. Ms. Dombrowski, any discussion on it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I did sidebar with Mr. Falsey, and he thought that was the appropriate move at this point. And after we talk about that, after we do this, I'll finish up with my other comments.
Okay. Any other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, Mr. Hall? Yes. Okay. Please vote on this amendment. That is approved. We now have back in front of us a document as amended, 112S. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to circle back on the employee relations discussion we had with their staff and member, Ms. Tucker actually brought the AM to me from our last go at this Police and Fire Medical Board Trust, and we actually articulated in here the salary contribution currently includes and will continue to include Chapter 3.3 pay adjustments for continued advancement within the pay range, holiday pay, annual leave accrual, et cetera, et cetera. So, Mr. Falsey, I would, my counsel, as we evaluate this, would be to have employee relations review the AM. It's AM 234-215, and it clearly lays out what we anticipated doing just to make sure that we're consistent paying the appropriate amount to this trust. And if for some reason we're overpaying, well, we need to send them a bill.
Other comments from Assembly members before we vote on it? Seeing none, Mr. Hall, you're first. Vote, sir. Please vote. That item is approved. Next document in front of us is 106S. It's on the addendum of the agenda. On page 2, it's item 11F3, ordinance AO 2015-106S. Ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, adopting and appropriating funds for the 2016 general government operating budget. I need a motion on that, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Move to approve.
The S version?
The S version, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. In discussion at all? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you. So we're doing the operating budget.
Yes, ma'am. 106S.
All right. Well, we have a whole packet of amendments, Mr. Chair. I don't know, if, Mr. Starr, do you want to start your amendment number 1 as they've renumbered them?
Mr. Dombrowski, you were in the queue first. I'll go to him.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Start with you. Mr. Starr, sir.
I'm going to move amendment number 3.
Second.
Some of my inquiry is to sort of look at where and why government services gets done as it does, and I feel oftentimes we just sort of assume and take what's previously been done as that. And so in this particular case, you know, I'm recommending a centralization of that by moving an amendment of $246,514, and it's specific to 2 accountant positions that show up here. I tried to reach Mr. Wilbur today, but particularly what do these 2 accountants do that's unique to the IT requirement for internal accounting? Mr. Wilbur.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, thank you very much. On amendment number 3, we have an accountant and a senior staff accountant in the IT department. As it relates to the particulars of these 2, I don't know the particulars about their duties, and it relates into IT.
Thank you for the answer. Some of the inference in the written summary was that they were, I don't want to assume this, but the SAP project was starting back up, but it's not my inference that these accountants would do the overall project accounting. So if there's somebody else that can offer up the duties of these 2 IT members for $250,000 a year.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Starr. Each of the departments, and you know, for this, to the degree there's a similarity within the amendments that have been proposed.
I'm only moving this one right now, though, so it's specific to IT.
So I'll speak specifically to this one. These two accountant positions, each department has its own set of specific requirements with respect to the projects, the kinds of tasks they do. In the case of IT, they have people in there who are specifically trained and specifically work on programs, grants, contracts that first go through IT and that work with the budget analyst within IT, so that when when something's brought forward, when a piece of business has to be done by that particular department, that it's lined out specifically on the IT side. So these are people who are specialists within IT. They work within IT, and they're able to handle the business needs of IT specifically, as opposed to the idea of just throwing them back into a general pool within the controller's office. Even if they were over in the controller's office, for example, part of the reason the business works successfully is that they're able to maintain and establish business working relationships within that department, and there's enough work for them to actually need to be within that department.
Without being flippant or disrespectful, it sounds like government bureaucracy redundant to, for example, some of the programs you talk about. Purchasing has oversight for that, and I would just compare and contrast other departments, maintenance and operations, large budget, same sort of accounting needs, doesn't have an in-house parks and rec. Oftentimes, grant funded doesn't have an internal accountant. They have people that are skilled in accounting. So it's really perhaps an eye-opener to look at that. And again, when you're talking this level of support, do we need a full-fledged CPA level classification at $160,000 total burden cost to do grant administration? Once we receive the grant, it's pretty pragmatic on compliance with the grant rules. So I would just offer the amendment for the body to do that. I never felt like I've got a clear justification that you couldn't do without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, Mr. Honeman?
So we're just discussing Amendment 3.
Yes, sir.
So my question would be then is there someone here that could actually answer the question of what these two people's positions actually are performing? Because I think Mr. Starr's onto something in the sense that we really need to make sure that the positions are actually aligned with what the duties that they're doing. I mean, I've never hugely been a fan of centralizing, just because I think that in some cases the departments have a better idea of what goes on. I know the police department has a financial resource manager who deals with police-specific grants, particularly public safety entities, highway grants, things like that, that no one really in the municipality would fully understand, and boots on the ground actually seems to make more sense. But we're talking about IT, I'm assuming it's in the municipal city hall, and they've got a whole floor of folks in accounting.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add something that's critical of information. These two positions are funded entirely by property taxes as well, and there's a distinct nuance when you look through there. Some of my other amendments that I'm not going to move, for example, do have grant-funded support to them, and we see the appropriations when we spend the money. In these two cases, these are 100% property tax burdened, so the justification that they're being paid out of a grant does not apply.
Okay. So,
Mr. Honeman, to continue.
Just a quick, Mr. Starr, perhaps I'm looking at your amendment. You're basically trying to centralize the accounting duties in the finance department, but you're not essentially affording, like, realigning these positions. You're simply eliminating, but not. You're basically saying you can do more with less people, if you will, in the accounting department. Is that what you're?
Well, in the controller, I believe there's 43 over there, so it's not a limited staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from Assembly members?
Mr. Harris.
Not seeing any.
Mr. Harris may have something in response to my question earlier.
Thank you, through the chair. So let me see if I can take another stab at this. And if I miss anything, I've asked John Roberts if he'd be kind enough to perhaps clarify any comments that are still out there. The accountants within the IT department handle a variety of functions. We have an accounts payable person, an accounting supervisor who oversees the work of the accounts payable person, a budget analyst, and admin. So there's some supervisory roles. They process payments for invoices that arrive. They take care of the communication costs. They pay the communications, data, servers, cellular. We have budget analysts that when a proposal comes through for a particular IT need, they look at it and understand how it works within the business. So, these are people who have yes, they have an accounting skill set, but it is specifically applied towards the IT department. And I think as we go through and look at how each department has directed and evolved its needs, the driving force there is to be able to do their business effectively. And if I've missed anything, John, if you want to jump in, you're welcome to.
We can't hear you, Mr. Harris. Or him.
He said he thought I...
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, I didn't move other amendments, so I guess if that was such an effective model, then why don't you use it across the departments? And what's so unique about IT that they have to watch their payroll, watch their purchasing, approve POs, any different than any other function that's currently, capacitated over in your controller's office under your finance direction now? Why is it so unique that this department has to have two of them?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Starr. Typically, in a case like this, I think each department will look at it on a business need basis. So I think some groups throughout the municipality don't have to have this. They're able to work effectively without it. But others, where it makes sense, where you have a specialized set of knowledge, fairly complex contracts, for example, it makes sense in terms of being able to deliver services to the community and within the organization to go ahead and have those folks there who are dedicated, who have the working relationships with others in the department. They can follow things over long lead times. As something's been in place for years, they're able to track it. So I think on a case-by-case basis, you look at it and establish that business need. And
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Honeman.
Just briefly, these positions, are they new? Have they been established in previous, how long have they been in place?
I'm told they've been here for over 15 years.
And it's been working?
And it's been working. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Honeman? Mr. Honeman? Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm uncomfortable doing this because I don't have the knowledge that some of the other folks that have been here for a long time. And I'm wondering if any of these IT folks are going to be needed for SAP, for either conversion or blueprinting or any of those activities that SAP is doing. I hate to get rid of expertise and not know if there's something there to replace it.
When you come up to the podium, would you identify yourself so we can get it on the record? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Roberts. I'm the Technology Services Manager for the IT department. We do have one of the individuals is slated to be a project member on the SAP project to handle the IGC methodology for the IT department, charge back to departments, yes.
Mr. Steele?
I guess my concern is I'd like to hear why these folks are absolutely needed, or what's going to be lost by losing these individuals, or will these individuals bump somebody and we'll have other people that will be losing their jobs anyway.
Yeah, I've been in IT for a long time, and to see an accountant that is not aware of IT contracts, the intricacies of the departmental, the relationship between the contracts and the departments, and the understanding of what services these contracts are bringing, would be detrimental to us. I mean, I think I would end up spending most of my time doing a lot of education just to get a contract in place for services. So, I think they're extremely valuable to the IT department and the city as a whole.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr, you have a question, this gentleman?
No, just would like to urge a comment at the end before we vote.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
sir. We're done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr, we're to that point.
Well, I guess, it's easy to say, well, they're going to be so vital, but, SAP is a capital program with its own funding source, and we're going to need unique solutions that come to be. I didn't hear, and it's not to be offensive, it's what we do up here, is we flesh out budgets for the efficiency and the right spending. And this one has been on my list, much like communications directors were 5 or 6 years ago. And I wouldn't move it if I didn't feel like there would be a new way to do it. And I firmly believe that it's time to move on to that. Centralization provides that. Half the functions that they talk about, negotiating contracts, all the other stuff, we have redundancy. Our purchasing department is more than skilled to do that. This isn't funded by grant administration. They don't oversee that. And, 15 years in the IT department, things have changed. It's time to change it as well. It's $250,000 to use somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Are there any other comments from Assembly members? Not seeing any on the amendment in front of Mr. Hall. No. Please vote. That amendment fails. Next item in front of us would be amendment number 4, Mr. Starr. It's yours too.
I do move amendment number 4.
The second, Mr. Starr.
And this has some of the same dialogues in it, $152,911 to remove a principal accountant. Notice they're named different. One's a senior accountant, one's a principal accountant, lead accountant. We have them scattered through all departments, and it's not to be flippant, but it's to get a handle on what's going on. If centralization is not the answer, then let's have a conversation about how we're going to best approach our accounting and our functions. This is some of the most important things we do is fiscal and fiduciary responsibility for funds being spent. I'm not real comfortable if an IT's got check writing authority, he doesn't understand what purchasing is buying, or the other controllers that may be purchasing similar items, and we could get a deal somewhere. That's what I believe is the functions of bringing these together. In the planning department, I'm forcing the question again. This is property tax driven. It's an area-wide function. I get all of that, but it's my understanding that the department's only 7 or 8 people big, and we've got $152,000 full-time accountant over there providing accounting services. Same question, Mr. Mayor. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Same question there, Mr. Wilbur. What specifically does this one do?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr. In the planning department in 2016, they have 25 positions, and the planning department accounts for the long-range planning, current planning, and AMATs. And the duties of this particular position helps manage the contractual, if they have any contractual invoices they have to manage as it relates to AMATs, all of the federal highway money, the planning money, managing that, the time spent on that portion of the job duties are eligible and charged to the grant. But again, this is one person that helps the planning department manage all of their contracts, their payroll, their invoicing, and manage AMATs.
Yeah, I guess I was specific when I asked my questions through your staff about which ones had grant support and which ones were funded. So if AMATs is paying a portion of this, that's not what was communicated to me in the funding source. It was 100% property tax. So are we IGC in some of these services to other departments, particularly the state-supported AMATs?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr. In this particular case, this planning position in this reorg, when they will be working in 2016 to manage it, they should be charging their time to the grant, and whether it should be a direct charge to it. So we'll look into the actual amount, but the cost of this position, some of it will be area-wide and some of it will be charged to the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other comments on this item. We'll vote on it. Sorry, Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you. So I just want to follow up with Mr. Starr. I see where you're going with these. I mean, we made this huge push to centralize payroll and accounting, and essentially there's some that are refusing to let up on those positions. So my question, I'm comfortable deleting this position, because I think sometimes you have to force government to change and to streamline. But considering that they're saying that now they're going to use it for grant funding, do you still have the same position, or would you?
Well, I think the point's been made, and it's not my intention to move these amendments to sort of make my point known. There's enough conversation that either suggests a better way, suggests duplication of functions, or in fact, it closes down some of the discussions that we've had. I had this one with Mr. Honeman earlier. We have had a pledge to sort of centralize payroll functions, which have become more unique. I'll grant you we haven't done a very good job with it, certainly, but I don't think that this person here in this function is going to help the success or not of it. It may get the job done this couple months or this year, but I think it's also bears a conversation that these positions are being automated, they're being replaced by different systems, and we need to stay the course to say they've run their useful life. It's no offense against any one individual. It's just the idea that, hey, you know, budgets aren't elastic here when we're up against the tax cap. We need to free up some more property tax money.
Mr. Nabowski, anything else? Okay. No other comments from assembly members? We'll vote on this item. Amendment number 4, Mr. Hall. No. Please vote. That amendment fails. Next item in front of us. Mr. Starr, do you want to bring Amendment 5 forward?
I do, with just a precursor. And there's other amendments that I chose not to move, partly to limit the debate. I can kind of see where some of this is going, but also to commend the administration where I did get feedback answers that were sort of sufficient based on our outside looking in conversation, which I don't take lightly on that.
Do you want to move Amendment number 5?
I do, absolutely.
Who's the second?
No,
Okay,
number.
second.
I'm sorry, no.
Get it on the record.
I don't. I want to move number 6.
So you want
I'll
to move,
second that one.
Yeah.
okay, so you want to move 6? Ms. Nabowski, you got a second on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to keep it straight up here. You got it, Madam Clerk? Mr. Starr on 6.
I precursor my comments because some of them are going to be driven with offensive statements, but partly I don't believe that we're getting what we need to run our city into long-range planning. I made the flippant statement, I don't want to have a short-range view when it comes to long-range planning, but I've been up here now for 8.5 years, and we can't seem to get walkable town centers. We can't get the community to dial into them. We're missing the capital improvement programs that come out of my community councils. I mean, I can't even get an interface agreement between DOT when we do a $16, $17 million remodel. I can't get a bike trail extended. That's the kind of stuff I believe where rubber meets the road on that. I also feel that we've gone stale in some of those positions of what the ideas are that are coming out of that department. Maybe they're just more of the same, but there's other ideas that are in other communities that I believe independent contracting out of those services would bring to us. More novel and unique ideas. I think we missed a whitewater rafting opportunity. How funny that sounds, but Campbell Creek was ideal for a whitewater raft.
Classic.
We don't do it in Ship Creek. Those are magnets that bring the community to use in their own community, and we didn't do it because it wasn't suggested by our planning department. That's what I'm looking for the planning support. And so to say that I want to take it away entirely isn't what's happening. There's a core group there, I believe, for contract administration. We approved 3 of those tonight. Agnew Beck is going to do a review in my district. And Brooks is doing Spinard Road. We have a trend to outsource, and we get good products from that. So it's likely to not pass. I know where the administration's going with all of this, but I also put in my statement is that we all have the core value system of police. I think we can agree with that. I'm not sold on planning. So in my case, I've got to exchange one or the other, and mine is police over planners.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Appreciate that. Any other comments from assembly members? Not seeing any. We'll vote on this. Mr. Hall. It's on amendment number 6. Okay. He voted. Please vote. The item does not go forward. What's the pleasure of the body on the next amendment?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move amendment number 8.
Number 8.
Second.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Yes, sir. Just as a preliminary, I do want to start by saying that I recognize, that this is a difficult budget year. We had the RCA decision, which, shorted us a number of millions of dollars that we otherwise would have expected to have. We also had reduced state funding. So I'm not unmindful of the work the administration has put into this budget to keep the wheels running. I particularly, I thought Mr. Wilbur, his first year in that position, has done a yeoman's job putting this together. It's a lot of work. I think it's particularly difficult the first year of a new administration getting the budget done. That being said, I think there are just, we have some fundamental differences about the role of government, the size of government, that are more philosophical than anything. When I looked at, when I look at the mayor's budget, and it has an $11.5 million increase in property taxes in order to fill those holes I talked about, in order to fund the police as I agree we need to. I think there's just some of us on the body that are more comfortable with cuts than with increasing taxes. So with that in mind, looking at the budget, I think it's very difficult on the Assembly to drill down into individual departments. I appreciate Mr. Starr's work on looking for efficiencies. We don't have that same interaction as the administration does with the various departments. It's hard to tell if you take $1 million from this department exactly what that's going to do. So I tried to look for areas that were sort of standalone-ish kind of areas where I could advocate for cutting the budget. This one, amendment number 8, is a sort of a personal bugaboo of mine anyway. It's the municipal grant program, which, in years past has been bigger. Right now, we have about $750,000 proposed for it, approximately. I think in a year where we are faced with a lot of cuts or a lot of deficits and we're increasing taxes so much, this would be one area that I think can be eliminated. And more importantly than that, it's just an area, even in a better year, even last year I had thought about it and didn't do it. It's just an area that bugs me philosophically, because basically all the money, and I checked first to make sure that this was funded by property taxes, and it is. It's an area where we compel property tax payments to the city, and then essentially we turn around and grant them to charities, 501c for the most part. And all of the places that we give the money are doing phenomenal work. I don't want this to be an indictment in any way that, Covenant House, the Youth Court are not valuable and good entities, but they're also entities that are essentially charitable entities that should be supported by the community, but not at essentially the point of a gun by compelled taxes. So for all those reasons, I think this year would be a good year to remove those. I realize it's going to cause some of these entities to have difficult years, but I think that's much better than forcing the taxpayers to pay for this type of charity, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn on amendment number 8.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar to a previous discussion, I actually have a fair amount of experience in this area. I've been raising money for nonprofits for more than 20 years now, and so this was actual point of discussion 6 years ago when we had a similarly difficult budget year, actually probably more difficult, and we had extensive discussions over this specific topic. And ultimately, the decision was to leave the program more or less intact, not entirely. And the reason is thus. Nonprofits raise funds from a number of sources. Obviously, charitable givers, such as myself, and such as many of you, I'm sure. From grants, from foundations or other entities. And one of the ways that they leverage those grants is by demonstrating support from their community, both from individual donors and from local government. And so the value of this is not just the specific dollars that go to any individual entity like the Youth Court or Covenant House, is that it demonstrates to grantors that the community stands behind them and this is a worthwhile program for them to support. So I understand it's a dollars issue. I appreciate the points that Mr. Evans made, but I think we would really be harming our ability to harvest additional private sector dollars by making this cut. So I'm going to oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston, ma'am? You're coming up next.
Yes, I have a couple of questions as I'm looking down at this year's list. One is, do we have somebody from the Assembly that attends the Anchorage Economic Development meetings? Or is that one of our affiliates that we have? So, Mr. Evans, you're on that board. Would this make a huge difference?
Yeah, it would certainly be a hit to them. It's a huge portion, it's a substantial portion of their budget.
I mean, I remember back in our discussion 6 years ago that it was a very, they were at the point of not sure if they were going to stay open. So I just wondered. The other question I have is, well, there's a couple of them, but the Bear Paw Festival, would this be a big hit to the Bear Paw Festival? Does anybody know from Eagle River the 12,000 or something to that effect? Okay. Okay. And then the Volunteers of America, is that the, do we use that in the parks? Is that our parks fund, our youth and parks?
I believe that's the Youth Court.
Is that the Youth Corps? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, final comment, sir, before we vote?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Flynn's comment about these grants showing community support. Well, it's true in a sense, but not true in another sense. These are basic. This is money that we compel citizens to pay through their property taxes that we then give to these agencies. It's not a sign of community support. It's not like people are giving the money to these charities willingly necessarily. It's property tax money that we then determine in this body or through the mayor's office to give to these charities. So I think calling it community support is a bit of a stretch.
I think I said local government support, but okay.
Anything else, Mr. Evans? Mr. Hall, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, sir, on amendment number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something that Mr. Hall just said just kind of rang true to me, and that is that, we've got to have a heart. Stuff comes up, and I don't want to leave municipal government to saying, no, we can't help. I know it's a surprise that it came up or you didn't get your other funding. We've got to trust the mayor to use it wisely. If we have money left over at the end of the year, that's great. But things come up, and we have to. Part of government is providing services and making things work. And everybody's going to be crying poor this year. Everybody. And we've got to have some flexibility. So I hesitate because I'd just be guessing how much or why, and I don't want to do it that way. I think we have to give the administration the ability to administer, and so I'm going to be a no vote on it, too.
Okay, there's no other discussion from assembly members. Mr. Hall, you're the first voter. No. Please vote. The item fails. Next amendment the body wishes to address. Ms. Dombowski, you've got a few of them out here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 7.
Ms. Dombowski, is there a second? Mr. Starr seconded it.
Thank you. Well, we just basically had a robust discussion on this, and I had a secondary amendment prepared just in case that would happen. This is to diminish the mayor's office budget by $390,500. The amendment eliminates the majority of the mayor's community grant program. $340,000 remains in the appropriation, which is the amount of the 2015 awards to the Anchorage Youth Court, Covenant House, and Campfire. It's the intent of this amendment that equivalent amounts be available to each entity listed in 2016. Fundamentally, we have a complete, obviously, differing opinions. I, like Mr. Evans, absolutely believe it's ludicrous, and I'll use that word, that the government taxes you so then they can donate your money to some organization. I absolutely believe all of the organizations that I'm aware of in the 2015 grant awards do good things for the community. I'm not saying that at all. I'm a huge proponent of volunteerism and the work that many nonprofits do. But I fundamentally realize there's only so much money to go around. I mean, seriously, you're talking about, well, I'll have other comments later, but we're talking about taxing to the cap. There really is no buffer zone there. So all you have to do is fall back on fund balance if there's something that happens. And then you turn around and rob fund balance, then what happens? Then your bond rating goes up. So this is a fundamental discussion is, when you vote to support keeping this completely intact, it's not a vote against the nonprofits. It's a vote to say fundamentally, does it even make sense for government in trying budget times to take money from people, from the citizens, just so they can turn around and donate it? I think the whole premise of it is a little bit off kilter for me. So again, this is just a modified version, but I think it's a thoughtful one. And the reason I chose these specific entities because I figure sometimes when you spend a little money up front, it curbs the out of pocket expense on the back end. For example, youth court. If we can invest in kids and basically intercept them while they're younger, hopefully that those issues that got them there won't continue and perpetuate. So I think spending $1 now might save us $7 down the road. So that's the specific reason I've picked this Covenant House. Again, it's an organization that I personally know, and I know they do good things for homeless youth. Again, Campfire. It's one Mr. Trini had brought up in the work session. I thought I was right on the fence with this one, but again, it's something to get involved with kids young and hopefully deter bad choices later down the road. And I think those are all helpful, and I think they will essentially be a good spend for the taxpayers. But other than that, that's my amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, on amendment number 7.
Well, I asked this at the work session. Mr. Mayor, what's going to be your policy on implementation of your grant program? How is that going to work? And the next question I'd have after you tell me how you're going to do it is, what do we tell the people that apply and don't get it? How do we be fair in all this?
My policy is that we're going to do this in a way that helps defray municipal costs, where we can leverage funds. We're going to seek to leverage funds, and that's going to be the criteria we use. And those who seek to get a grant and don't receive it, unfortunately, there are limits to what government can do, and people should have that recognition.
I'm all for putting the burden back on those that are applying to help fund it, but some of the intrigue is that you get to address a broader spectrum of folks that perhaps don't have the powerhouse funding or get lost out there. So I'm okay with that. It's certainly your job, and you'll keep it in your house then with the mayor's office signing off on the approvals?
We're going to watch over this incredibly closely. I understand the concerns that have been voiced here, but I think it's really important, as Mr. Steele said, we need some flexibility in the case of contingency. As Ms. Demboski noted, there are programs out there that help us leverage funds and reduce costs, and those are the criteria we're going to use as we move forward with this particular program.
Thanks for the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Other comments from Assembly members on 7? Not seeing any comments. Mr. Hall, you're the first voter, sir. No. Please vote. That amendment's defeated. Next amendment that Assembly member wants to bring forward?
Mr. Chair.
Sir?
Well, I'd bring forward Amendment 11, because after that, I think it's the all Ms. Dombrowski show for all the rest of the amendments.
That was a long night when she was working on these, I hear. Okay, Mr. Evans, you want to bring amendment number 11 forward? Is there a second? Second. It's been moved forward and seconded. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, I already said, my view towards the budget and what I was attempting to accomplish. This was another area. What this amendment does is basically just kind of declares a travel moratorium for 1 year on city departments. Travel is obviously, valuable at times, getting our employees out there for different things that they learn and bring back to us. I appreciate the value of that. But I think in a year, where we're facing increasing taxes so much, it wouldn't be impractical or in any way harmful to go a year without municipal travel. I totaled up the amount through all the departments that were in the for travel in the budget, and it was an amount of $223,176. So the goal was simply to declare a 1-year travel moratorium. It kind of almost more symbolic because of the amount, just sending a message to the citizens whose taxes we were raising that, we're doing everything we can to try to limit spending on the government end, and giving them that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any other comments from Assembly members? Not seeing any. We'll vote on it now. Starting with Mr. Hall first, sir. No. Please vote. That one is defeated 6-5. Good try, Mr. Evans. Ms. Dombrowski?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move amendment number 9. Thank you. This would be a decrease in the police department's budget of $1 million. This is a $1 million decrease of a portion of additional funding proposed for the first year of funding new recruit positions. The previous police chief and administration both indicated that it's possible to change the school resource officer positions from 4 10-hour shifts to 5 8-hour shifts and save the municipality and ultimately the taxpayers $1 million per year. This will not remove Anchorage police officers from protecting our schools they currently serve, but introduces a common-sense solution to maintain this program in a sustainable fashion. If this savings is realized through negotiation with the APDEA, then APD will have the funding for all 20 additional recruits within their current budget. So that's the amendment. I know we started to have a robust discussion about this at the work session, and I still believe it's valuable to have the discussion to see if there is a more sustainable way to structure the SRO program. Part of the discussion that I heard very eloquently from Mr. Steele at the work session was he felt it was important that 2 police officers were at these schools. Well, reality is that's not how it works. They're on 410, so 2 days of the week, Monday and Friday, there's only 1 officer there. So frankly, the argument doesn't really hold weight. And so, you know, part of the discussion needs to be, what is the goal of this program? Is the goal to have 2 officers in every school, or is the goal to have an officer at every school? And what is the sustainable funding amount? And I think, you know, if this were to be realized and we were to change them to 8-hour shifts and you have an officer per school, you fundamentally could either double the amount of schools you cover, or you could take 8 experienced police officers and put them on the street next week. I mean, provided you get the agreement. Now, OMB had made the argument that basically they can't do this because it's contract negotiated. Well, in fact, you can do this because I clearly gave the mechanism in order to save the money so you could have your cake and eat it too, essentially, in that I took the money out of the new recruit allotment, but I gave them a clear path to be able to recover that. But it would mean they would have to sit down and get an agreement with APDEA. If that agreement didn't happen, then, I mean, this would stand, and that means you wouldn't be able to hire as many new officers next year. But I think this is one of those things I asked in one of the early work sessions, and Mr. Abbott answered if this discussion had even come up, and it hadn't even been addressed, hadn't been come up, they hadn't even considered it. It's been something not considered. And I think when you have an opportunity to make a program either better or more fiscally sustainable, and you refuse to even have the conversation, then it's time for us to do our job, and that's why this amendment is here tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. You've got a lively discussion about to begin. Mr. Evans, and then Mr. Steele and Mr. Flynn.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to support this, only simply because it's taking money from the police department, and that's the one area of the city at this point where I just won't take a dime for. I understand Ms. Dombrowski's argument about they have the ability and the mechanism to kind of recover that through negotiations over the SRO's hours, but there's no guarantee that would ever happen, or they could do that. So there is a danger that you take the $1 million away and they're left with $1 million left, and we have fewer police officers, and that's just not a risk I'm willing to take at this time. I do want to say, though, that it was eye-opening. We had a work session a few months back. I can't remember the topic, but the former chief was there, and this issue came up, and he indicated at that time that there was initially some concern about savings. It came from the Budget Advisory Commission about doing this, save $1 million. And he said that in the negotiations with the union, by that point, there wasn't the same seeming need for the $1 million savings, so they didn't really push the issue. And obviously that was kind of distressing to some of us, because if you can, anytime you can save $1 million, whether there's a dire need or not, you should do so. So I think in the long run, I would like to see that SRO adjustment made. I think you can work with the union on doing that. It's a difficult thing for some of their employees, but I think they'd be willing to try to work with the city, and I think we should do that going forward, but I just can't support this amendment at this time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where to start? The SRO program is a community policing program. And we gain great benefit from the interaction between students and the SROs. If you cut it down to 8 hours, what are you going to lose? You're going to lose that early morning police officer that's out in a visible place trying to solve traffic problems or slowing people down. I know in my neighborhood it backs up, and they have been at times. They'll park on the corner, and the traffic flows a lot better and is a lot more friendly. When there's a problem after school at an elementary school, such as there was at Turnagain Elementary, where now they have more they're dropping off students more because of the success of their Russian immersion program. The principal had nothing but praise because she was able to call up, and within a matter of minutes, one of the SROs from West High was there and solved problems before they got out of hand with parents who had run into each other, and then you have the whole parking lot locked down. They gathered data that has solved an awful lot of crimes in the area, or prevented them. And it's because they're there to interact with the kids. They're there when they come to school, they're there when they leave, or they may even coach a sport after school or something like that. But this is a community policing program, and I believe this would degrade it at best, and I will be a no vote.
Mr. Honeman, on the amendment in front of us.
Yeah, this is one of those where for the longest time in the previous administration, they had split the cost initially when the previous administration started out due to some concerns over budget, then essentially thrust it all upon the school district to be responsible for if they wanted it. If you want it, you got it, but you got to pay for it. And it became this big conundrum that went through it. But Mr. Steele said a lot of things that were needing to be said about community policing, prevention, and such. But more than anything, I believe what Mr. Domboski, I believe what you're trying to do here is essentially, in effect, reduce by half the amount of SROs. By instead of 2 per school, it would be 1 per school, using the simple formula of making it a 5/8 work schedule Monday through Friday as opposed. And what you're not really seeing is the bigger picture that these are not just for high school. They're also responsible for the feeding schools that feed the high school. So they're the elementary level, the middle school, and one is just not going to get it done. It's just functionally not possible, especially if you take people off, even for a moment, injured, ill, for training or whatnot. I mean, there's, in this time, in this era, you talk about change, the change that I see in our community, and not necessarily so much Anchorage, but it could be, and that is we need to do more about making sure that we have attention on these gathering places where particularly our future lies. So I don't want to take that gamble, and I think that this is not a very good amendment, so I want to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, on the amendment in front of us, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support moving the SRO program to a 5/8, and the conversation has occurred. It occurred in the last administration, and I was a little surprised, frankly, when they presented us with a contract that did not include the change, but I'm sure they had their reasons. We don't have the privilege of sitting in the negotiations. But, Chief, you're here tonight. If you can work out a letter of agreement with the union to move to 5/8, I think that would be a productive thing for our community and for our finances. You don't have to answer.
You don't have to answer, sir. Wait till you get the answer and then come talk to us. Ms. Domboski, final comment on your amendment, ma'am?
Yes, sir. So I just want to reiterate, no one is advocating for eliminating the program. I know people tend to get emotional when this subject comes up. No one is advocating for that. As I clearly state in the amendment, if there is a more cost-effective way that will essentially hold APD harmless, you will still retain the same number of officers, but you can do it for $1 million less. I think it's irresponsible of us not to vet the issue. And, to the comment, to me, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Honeman, about one just isn't going to get it done, but the fact of the matter is 2 days a week you only have one. I mean, 3 days, you only have 2 officers there 3 days a week, and it's my understanding they're not always there at the same time. So that's why I say we have a little bit of a disconnect going on within this program. Now, I can say, Gerard's sitting over there, I spoke with him on my way to the meeting today, and, they are going back, and he has offered to, kind of educate me more on the role and what their goal is, and, why is there this disconnect where we only have 2 officers one day and 1 officer another day, and what really are we trying to accomplish here? And part of that discussion is budgetarily, how do we make this a sustainable, long-term program? And I think those are conversations that need to be had. But I am not going to sit here and pretend that if we can do it for $1 million less, it's taking anything away from APD. Dollar-wise, it might be reducing how much we have to spend on them by $1 million, Mr. Evans. But the fact is, if they are still retaining all those officers, I'm not advocating for cutting them. So that's why I put it forward. I still think it's a good amendment, and I still urge support.
Thank you, ma'am. No other discussion from Assembly members. We'll start voting. Mr. Hall, please vote first. No. Please vote. The buddies turned that one down. Did not get approved. Ms. Dombrowski, which another one do you want to go to? You have a few to choose from.
I do. I'm going to go straight through. I'm going to move amendment number 10. This is a drawdown of the $5 million anticipated year-end fund balance for property relief to taxpayers.
Is there a second? Ma'am, it dies for lack of second.
Okay.
I'd like to hear logic, if nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Starr seconded it.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, and I'm sure OMB will tell you the money's not there right now. But in our last budget and finance meeting, I was told that that we would have a $7 million surplus this year, and frankly, I'll just be very, very blunt, Mr. Starr. I'd like to give it back to taxpayers right now because I think if we don't put it in there, the government will just spend it, frankly. So my thought is we're raising taxes by over $11 million. If we find a way in our budget where we can actually give people a little bit of relief, I think we have a responsibility to actually consider it. So that's why I put it forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gray Jackson and Ms. Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bosky, I want to thank you for bringing forward this proposed budget amendment because I think, just like you, the rest of us would really like to see some property tax relief to our citizens, which has happened in the past with fund balance. And I'd like to say that the OMB director didn't say that we would have $7 million, but approximately $5 to $7 million. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Bosky, we don't have that money right now. We have $100,000 of uncommitted money in fund balance. So my recommendation would be that you bring this back during first quarter budget revisions, because that's the more appropriate time when we're going to know exactly how much we're going to have of uncommitted fund balance to use toward this amendment. And I might very much consider voting with you on this amendment when we have the money in the bank. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Well, as much as it would be fun to vote with you on this one, and I won't have a chance to vote on the first quarter budget revisions, I feel that we can't. When you look at fund balance, you always have to look at fund balances, how it relates to your fund balance with your bond rating, with your emergency ratings, and it is a flash in time. So as much as I would love to join you, I can't.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? If not, please vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. No. Please vote. The item does not go forward. Ma'am, one good thing, you did get a commitment, first quarter budget revisions. She's sitting right next to me.
I heard that, and I actually, Ms. Johnston had made great comments at the work session, and I almost didn't move it, but I wanted to get my comments on the record. So
that's fine, ma'am.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sir? Mr. Hall.
Yes. I think Mr. Dombrowski is going to move into all of the rest of her budget amendments, and I would move that we consolidate all of the like items in the items 12 through 22 travel.
Second.
Consolidate those items except for this one item.
Okay.
I second that.
It's been moved by Mr. Hall, second by Mr. Honeman, to consolidate items 12 through 22. Mr. Honeman, do you want to discuss it or just vote on it?
I just vote on it.
Okay. Ms. Dombrowski, do you want to vote on it or discuss it?
Oh, I want to discuss it.
Okay.
So I was asked by the chair last week after the work session if I would consolidate my groupings as well. And I declined at that time because I purposely went department by department through each one of these amendments. And it was a very thoughtful and deliberative process in order to put these forward to the body. And I think each one of them deserves consideration. So that's all I'll say right now.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman? Before we vote on this issue?
For expediency, I think that these are all, I think the intent here is to make a statement, as Mr. Domboski said earlier, and I think the statement's been made. I believe we should just take them up as a package that we did earlier. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Mr. Honeman's statement, but the reason I think it's probably reasonable to consolidate is because the Assembly appropriates, the administration executes. So these are essentially just departmental cuts, and then the administration has a responsibility for figuring out how to execute them, whether they, in fact, cut travel as suggested in the amendment or in some other area. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The amendment. Sorry, Mr. Flynn. I've got Ms. Domboski again, ma'am. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, Mr. Abbott, perhaps, how is the, I asked this at the work session, I hadn't seen the answer yet, on travel policy. The previous administrations, several of them had sort of travel committees for that. What do you propose your policy will be on travel approval?
Travel approval is, as long as it's within the department travel budget, it's approved by the department manager with final approval provided by the senior exec responsible for the appropriate department.
So essentially, we could potentially have 2 or 3 departments that would send somebody to the same conference without any oversight?
If it was within their budget and there was a department purpose for the travel, it would be up to the department manager to determine that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Where are we at, Mr. Chairman? Are we voting?
We haven't voted on consolidation yet. We're about to.
Okay.
Ms. Domboski, final comment on consolidation?
Yeah, my final comment is I disagree with Mr. Flynn. I know he's been doing this a whole lot longer than I have, but I previously received an opinion that the Assembly has the ability to appropriate as far down as they want to. And so by me going in and specifically articulating I'm removing a travel appropriation, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not doing it necessarily, here, take $1,000 out anywhere you want. I specifically said travel. That's what my amendments are.
Okay, we're now going to vote on the amendment, on the motion for Mr. Hall to consolidate 12 through 22. Mr. Hall, you're first. Everybody else, please vote. We've consolidated items 12 through 22. So, ma'am, if you want to make a motion on 12 consolidated.
I move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Seconded by Mr. Evans. Ma'am, to speak to it?
Oh, yes. I'm going to go through each one individually and describe them all. So, amendment number 12 is removing the travel appropriation from the real estate department budget in the amount of $1,000. And, yep, that would be it. In 2014, this department did not have a travel budget. It was instated in 2015, and I'm just removing it to bring it back to the 2014 level. Amendment number 13, which was internal audit, it is removing a travel appropriation of $1,500. It'll take me a little bit because I'm flipping between departments here. All right, again, this will bring them back to their 2014 travel budget of $0. In 2015, they were given $1,500, and it was just a continuation number of $1,500 in 2016. So, again, I'm just removing that travel appropriation and bringing them back to their 2014 level. Amendment number 14 is the traffic department. All right, in the traffic department, they currently have a continuation budget from 2015 of $5,360 in 2016. In 2014, they did not have a travel budget. I'm recommending reducing their budget by $1,833, which will retain some of their travel budget, but it will make it just a little bit smaller than last year. Amendment number 15, public transportation. I'm removing their a portion of their travel budget, $1,834. Let's see here. All right. In 2014, their travel budget was $1,815, and it jumped up to $5,700 in 2015. So I'm not even going back to the 2014 level. I'm just taking a portion of their travel budget. And all of these reductions would, the specific revenue source that would be decreased, or basically it would go back to property tax owners. So it's meant to be a tax relief. All right. Amendment number 16 is employee relations. And I am removing their travel appropriation of $4,780. That's my recommendation. In 2014, their budget was almost half of what it is today. It was $2,645. So again, this is a department that I think on Mr. Evans's line of thinking is to take kind of a one-year hiatus. I think that employee relations probably could live without having a travel budget this year. Amendment number 17. This is for the library. It's removing a travel appropriation of $5,000. This is an increase to their travel budget. Let me just go back. So the library has had in their travel budget, they've had a 166% increase in this budget. It was $3,000 in 2015, and now it's jumped up to $8,000. I did ask the administration in the work sessions to provide information as to why that budget has increased. Not only did they increase in travel, but they increased in supplies, and that answer was not provided to me. So again, I recommend removing the increase in their budget for travel and giving it back to property tax owners. Amendment number 18 is for the municipal manager's office. I recommend taking out $6,128, which is just a portion of his travel budget. But what it would do is it would create parity with the Department of Law's travel budget. Again, that savings would be for property tax increase or property taxpayers, and that would leave the municipal manager, I believe, with a travel budget of $10,000. Which, if you're flying coach, you should be able to go quite a few places with that. Okay, amendment number 19 is removing the Equal Rights Commission travel appropriation. I said this in the work session. I have served on state boards and commissions, and I served in one that's very similar to the function of the Equal Rights Commission, except for it oversaw the ethical role and decisions of judges, basically. And there were many opportunities to travel, but what I found by our continuing education, I could do a lot of it via the computer. You could go and you could watch some of the ethics classes. You could do a lot of it this day and age, rather than traveling and going to the conference in Chicago or wherever it was. You can do a lot of the stuff online. You do not need to send your entire commission. So I thought that was pretty. I think that's a pretty good savings for the citizens, $9,600. All right, amendment number 20 is removing the travel appropriation for the IT department. It's $9,825. Again, this would go back to property tax owners. You know, it comes back to we all recognize that we are going to be in some significant financial times, and where we can cut back, I think, without pain and, you know, laying people off or having those discussions yet, I think we should. What amendment did you go through, Mr. Honeman?
22.
Okay, almost there. Okay, amendment number 21. This is the Anchorage Fire Department. It's removing $10,000 increase to the travel budget for the fire department. I'm going to look this one up here. I skipped a couple. All right, so as we look at the line item on this increase to their travel budget, it's a $10,000 increase over last year to allow for staff development of company officers. Now again, when we're talking about how many police officers we can hire, if we're going to keep grants, if we're not going to keep grants, I think by increasing these travel budgets, I see no reason for it, frankly. And full disclosure, I said this at the work session, my husband is an AFD officer, and you know, I think this is just an unnecessary increase. There's a lot of continuing ed courses that the state of Alaska puts on right here in Anchorage or Palmer. There's a lot of opportunities for development through through the computer. You don't even have to go to a lot of these classes. You can take them online. So increasing a travel budget by $10,000 to me is a bit of a stretch. All right, and 22, is this my last one? All right. So amendment number 22 is it's reducing the Assembly's travel budget, overall travel budget here of $11,523. Let me just look. Yeah, I was going to say I've never used mine. Let's look here. Okay, here we go. So the Assembly's travel budget in 2015 was $28,523. That was the overall department summary for the Assembly. And now it's being proposed to be increased to $36,523. You know, when I look back to 2014, the budget was only $17,482. So, I mean, literally, we're doubling in 2 years our travel budget. And I think as, you know, fiscal stewards, I think we should be the example. And so I think we absolutely should try to cut back where we can cut back. And I think this would be a goodwill effort to put forward to say we're really serious about using other people's money wisely. So that was that one.
That was all in that group, ma'am.
Yep, those are all my amendments. On a general note, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
I would like to say, you know, the reason I went through this exercise, it sounds like nickels and dimes when you just hear, you know, a few $100s here or a couple $1,000s here. But by the time I was done with, you know, 40 amendments, essentially I found a way to save the taxpayers almost $850,000. You know, and that doesn't count the SROs or the property tax release that we just talked about. So all in all, if through just doing nickels and dimes, if you could just look in the couch cushions and say, really, what can we cut our supply budget by? What can we cut our travel budget by? If you look at that and say you can save people $850,000, to me that's significant. And I think it's worth the conversation. And the fact that it was completely ignored, and I can already tell you where this is going to go, but the fact of the matter is we're taxing all the way to the cap. There's no buffer zone. I mean, they're going to be a couple $100,000 off. That's it. There is no buffer zone. I think, you know, when you can look back and say, well, can we save, you know, $200 in this department or $1,000 in this department? If you can do that, I think it's the responsible thing to do. That's why I offered these amendments. I think they're solid amendments, and I urge support.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On this block of amendments.
I guess my comment to the administration is that some of this, I'm sure, travel is discretionary. And if there's other ways to do the job that way. I don't want to take it away from you such that you can't run down to Juneau and lobby if there's an opportunity to help the city out, or even to Washington if you have to go there. But travel is oftentimes discretionary, and I would hope you'd try to be as frugal as you can. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, on the amendments in front of us.
Yeah, through the chair. Mr. Wilbur, I have a question about how the continuation budget process might affect this. In, for example, the ER department, we made commitments to Miss Usera to fly her up from Phoenix as she came up to help us with the department vacancy and contracts. Back to the continuation example, does that spending sort of one-time commitment affect how we would appropriate money in this year's budget?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't believe the one-time would do that. And as it relates to Miss Sarah, I can't speak directly to her her travel or how it was accounted for in her.
Yeah, well, it's certainly budgeted. We knew we were getting into it, so I think that's the case. Or in others, even our assembly budget, we traveled to Colorado before you started. A significant number of folks went down there on the marijuana examples and the marijuana legislation. Again, that was budgeted. We knew we were going to incur it. So what's your take on how the continuation budget may not have that necessary this coming season?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, when we looked at the 2015 budget and particularly as it relates to travel into 2016, the total amount of money for all departments is the same amount of money. It's 0.05%. 0.05% of the entire budget. Some departments, like fire, went up, police went down. There's a couple of adjustments, but I think, overall, we're not increasing our travel budgets across the department, so that's how the continuation as it relates to travel. And as the Assembly is well aware, quarterly you get a report on which departments are spending and how their travel budgets are being used.
Good. Thanks for your answer.
Anything else, Mr. Starr? Mr. Honeman, on the issue in front of us, on these amendments.
Well, I mean, no offense to the maker of the amendments, but again, I go back to it's making a point, and the point is that perhaps there's a philosophical difference on how the budget is built, on how services are performed, and this, to me, strikes to the effectiveness of each department level. And I think Mr. Flynn may be on to the specifics. We may say this is where our intent is legislatively and what to remove from the budget, but I believe the administration, once they get the bigger budget, can make the decision. For instance, we can say we want to hire 20 more officers or 20 more firefighters and give them the funding, but if the administration chooses not to, I'm not so sure that this body has the authority to force the issue. And then that would result, in fact, a net effect of money that was budgeted but not spent. So it's a savings. It would be artificial because it would essentially not be funding, not really be doing what was intended in the first place. So I believe by having the ability to do the things that I think it takes to run the departments, and if, in fact, this administration or our Assembly notices that things are going askew either in the market or in our economy or what is going on around our country and our state, including our community, then I think we're very postured to be able to say, hey, we've done it before. I know this body has done it before, where we've made adjustments on the fly, where we have to make sure our budget balances at the end of the year. I know this administration has not been bashful during this year to say we want a 1% cut, and then came back and realized that, hey, 2% is probably going to be what's needed to finish out the year on budget. So if we kneecap, if you will, the departments with even the little nickels, then they have nothing to offer up should we become a problematic, and they can't go back into what Mr. Steele says, hey, if travel can be discretionary this year, we would reduce that. And I no offense, Mr. Dombosky, but I know that this was a topic that came up. Somebody had asked how many amendments you'd ever offered to reduce a budget during campaign season, and I know that you weren't able to say any. So I'm not so sure if this is more of overcompensating or not. I'm not trying to do this as an attack personally, but this is what it seems like to me. Frankly, I think that this is a travel
Mr.
issue.
Honeman, we need to speak to the issue, not the motivation of the individual bringing it forward.
Okay. Well, then, I withdraw the
discussing
comment, and I apologize to Mr. Dombosky, but I just don't believe this is the way to go about doing it. I'm not supportive of the reduction.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you,
Wrap
Mr.
this up so we can vote on this.
I certainly will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my only feeling about this is that the mayor has asked his department heads to take a look at their budget and find 2% to cut off of what last year's budget was. These are the people that run these departments on a daily basis. They did find the 2% in their budgets to cut, and if they would have wanted to cut and felt it was appropriate to cut the travel budget, they probably would have done that. And so I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In speaking to amendments, you should keep it to the amendment, not the motivation behind people either voting for it or against it.
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Robert's rules.
For the record, I apologize.
I can list it for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nabowski and then Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn.
I don't know what's going on in the machine, Mr. Chairman. This is the second time I've
I'm sorry.
knocked out.
That's where you're at? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead, Patrick. We'll check it later.
Yeah, I don't have any belief that any of these amendments are punitive. I think there's an effort to find cost savings, and I think they provide guidance to department managers that if you're looking to save some money, these are areas where you can do it. And so I would encourage the OMB director to make sure that every department manager has a copy of each of these amendments after this discussion is over, so that they have an idea of some of the things that the Assembly looks at when they look at budgets. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You know, it's just a microcosm of what's going to happen at the state level this year. When they start to put the state budget together, it's going to get worse than this because dollars are drying up. Ms. Nabowski, final comment before we vote on this.
Thank you. And I will refrain from starting World War III here today with Mr. Honeman, Mr. Chair. And I think Mr. Flynn and I had a sidebar conversation about these amendments before, and I can tell you in a work session, Mr. Flynn had the same idea. He's like, somebody should go through and really scrub the budget. And I took his comments to heart, frankly, and I didn't think anybody else was going to do it, so I felt like I would do it. And I think I still stand by the fact I'm not trying to do this to make a point. All I'm trying to do is show people where we could save money. And my intent, my goal in all of this is to try to save the taxpayers' money. That's my goal. I'm not trying to make a political statement. I'm not trying to do any of that. My point is, even another Assembly member who philosophically usually disagrees with me on many issues, we both had the same idea. It's a good idea for somebody to go through and scrub the budget. So that's exactly what I did. And they're completely non-political amendments. They're just nuts and bolts. That's all they are. They're nuts and bolts. And I ask you, don't judge the amendment on who proposed it, but rather the content of what the amendment is. Thank you.
Thank you. See, look at Dr. King's speech. Mr. Starr.
Yep, I think that's what we're elected to do, Ms. Dembowski. Mr. Trainee, as it speaks to the Assembly's travel budget, what's your policy going to be here? We've seen a doubling in their budget in 2 years.
When you deal with the Assembly budget, are you talking about the Assembly members or the entire department?
The line item that says $38,000 specific to travel and approval thereof, let's put it to you that way. I don't know how it's done. I've never traveled on the Assembly's nickel.
Rose, do you want to answer that question according to the clerk? You're better at answering that question.
She approves the travel budget?
No.
Ah.
I guess she's not ready to answer it. That was Barbara's, that you could answer that. What we normally let is every member has money for their aids, and they can use it for travel. If the money's gone with their aids, they don't travel. End of story. And we did that a couple of years ago when Mr. Hall was chairman. We set a total dollar amount for every Assembly member.
It's good to know. It's frustrating to see a committee member on judicial, for example. I brought this up at the work session. We've got committee members that are assigned to Juneau. I see they travel, no offense to Mr. Birch, but he would go a week later and do that as well. Do we need 2 people to go back for National League of Cities? I don't know. Again, it's helpful to know, but if we have to cut, who makes those decisions?
Well, some of us pay to travel down there. Like Elvie pays for her own. I paid for my own to Juneau.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
If I can.
Go ahead.
Speak for myself. Thank
Oh, just because I poked National League of Cities, it
No,
was
no,
an
no,
example
no.
on who decides.
She's good at travel.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Starr, I was going to make this comment before you even said National League of Cities, okay? And I'm not trying to sound like a hero by no means, but since I've been elected to the Assembly, yeah, I've been the representative for National League of Cities, but I've been paying my own way. Can't afford it, got a big credit card debt, but it is what it is. Just this year, 2009, is the first year that I made a decision, well, shoot, I can't get into any more credit card debt, so I do let the city pay for my hotel, but I still pay my own airfare, and I don't take per diem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My point wasn't that. It was more approval. I don't my perspective is we don't need three of us to automatically show up somewhere, whether it be Juneau or Seattle or whatever. One of us can go down and serve the purpose of bringing back the information of the body, I would think. So that was really my question as to who decides. First it started with Rose, then it started with the budget thereof. I've learned something. I don't expense, but now I know.
Ultimately, I'm responsible for signing
Yes,
every
you are.
travel authorization.
I'd like to come in under budget, Mr. Chairman.
We will.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Starr? That's all the discussion from assembly members. We're going to vote on these amendments. Mr. Hall, you're first. No. Please vote. Those amendments fail. Mr. Hall, do you want to make another amendment? Go ahead, sir.
Second.
23 through 33 and what? Okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Moved and seconded to discuss that. Assembly members? Seeing none, we're going to vote on it. Mr. Hall, vote first in your amendment. Second, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Hall, you voted what? Yes. Please vote. That is approved. We're now taking up items 23 through 33. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am? Those are yours.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move those items. 23 through 33, is that what you just said?
Yes. Is there a second to move those items?
Perfect.
Mr. Starr seconded it.
Thank you. Okay, I will rapid fire try to get through these. Okay, so now we're into the supply budgets for different departments. The first one, amendment number 23, is for employee relations. It's reducing their supply budget to the 2014 level. So that's a reduction of $2,404. All of these amendments that I'm going to list off, all would be property tax relief. The second amendment, amendment number 24, again, would reduce the supply budget to the 2014 level for the Equal Rights Commission. It would be a reduction of $4,531, again, for property tax relief. The second would be for the Finance Department. It would reduce their supply budget to the 2015 level, so it would be a reduction of $4,700. Amendment number 26 is the Municipal Attorney's Department. It would reduce the amendment by it's $5,019, and it would reduce their supply budget to their 2014 level. The Traffic Department, it would be a 1% reduction in their supply budget, which would be $6,119. Okay, the library, it would reduce their budget by $7,500, which would maintain their 2015 funding level. Public Works, it would reduce their budget by 1%, which is $17,886. Amendment number 30 is Development Services, $24,608. It would reduce their supply budget to their 2014 level. The Municipal Managers Department, $24,972. It would reduce the supply budget to the 2014 level. PM&E is amendment number 32. It would reduce their supply budget by $30,000, which would put it just above the 2014 funding level. And the last one is amendment number 33, which is Health and Human Services. The amount is $51,982. It would reduce their supply budget to their 2014 funding level. Sorry. Roger that. Sorry, I thought I was doing them in two groups. Sorry. Okay, so this is my favorite amendment, to be honest with you. This is amendment number 35, and it is in the Office of Management and Budget, and I am asking them to reduce their budget. Actually, the amendment would reduce their supply budget by $285. Every penny counts, I'm saying. Again, the next one is amendment number 36, which is for the CFO's office. I'm asking the CFO, or the amendment proposes a reduction in his supply budget by $300. Real estate services, 1% reduction in their supply budget. This is amendment number 37 by $580. Purchasing, amendment number 38. This would reduce their supply budget by 1%, which is $606. The Office of the Mayor. See, no one's safe, Mr. Mayor. The Office of the Mayor, I'm asking that they reduce their supply budget by $650 in this amendment. And where am I stopping, Patrick? 40. Okay. So, internal audit's the last one. It's amendment number 40. The amount is $900 reduction in their supply budget, which would put them just over their 2014 level. Again, so that was all those supply amendments. And as I look at those amendments, honestly, when we're asking a government with, a $400+ million budget to cut, a couple $100 here and a couple $100 there, I think it's a reasonable request. And again, it's just the effort. I'm not a huge fan of continuation budgets. I like using actuals and for people to, basically zero-based budget and build their budgets every year. And I think sometimes when we do continuation budgets and nobody goes through and actually scrubs these over the years, I think sometimes we just start plugging in numbers. And I think it's always worth a second look to go back and say, what did we actually spend the last couple years and what do we actually need? And could we do things a little bit cheaper? And that was the intent of those amendments.
Assembly members on these items in front of us. This is 20 through 33 and 35 through 40. Other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, we're going to vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. No. Please vote. Those are defeated. So we did not take up 34.
I move amendment number 34.
Moved and seconded. Amendment number 34, ma'am. Do you want to go over it?
Yes, I do. I just want to look them up in my book here really quick. So amendment number 34 is for the fire department. It's the amount of $71,750 to remove an increase to the uniform replacement program. To be honest with you, Mr. Chair, did I have a second on that? I think I did. Okay.
You did, Mr. Starr.
Sorry, I'm still looking for the line item in the budget here. What I did notice, this is not going to eliminate their uniform replacement program, but it's an increase in the program of $71,000. And I don't know if the chief wants to come up, but I did ask the administration, maybe Lance knows the answer. I haven't heard the answer, what that increase is.
Through the chair, Ms. Dembowski, if I could.
Go ahead.
When the administration proposed this, we looked at, in particular, the fire department, where their budget to actuals were at the end of September, and then we looked at a projection through the end of the year for 2015, and the projection would suggest that if they were to continue their 15 towards 16, it would require a $71,000 increase in their budget for their uniforms. So that's why we proposed it.
Okay, and so Lance, to follow up, so what's costing more? Is it the cost of the uniforms, or is it more employees, or did we have one-time purchase in there somewhere of something?
Through the chair, Ms. Dembowski, I do believe it's just the increased cost in the uniforms. I don't believe it's more uniforms.
Okay, so I think they get 3 a year, something like that, Chief? So I think, though, for this program, I don't think it's talking about bunker gear. I think it's talking also about their T-shirts and their shorts and all that kind of stuff that they get, right?
It's good that they wear T-shirts.
Well, I'm asking if the uniform replacement is what I'm asking, Chief, and I realize it's funny for some, but what I'm asking is the bunker gear is very, very expensive. And we do replace it on a 10-year. Is that part of the uniform replacement program, or is that a separate appropriation? Is that separate? Okay. Lance, I'll take your answer and just say it's the rising cost of supplies. That's what you just communicated to me, right?
The fire department's been over budget in this account for virtually every year in modern memory. They have to transfer money into this account. It's never been usefully, I shouldn't say never, but for the last 8 or 10 years, it has not been usefully budgeted. Their spending is not growing. We're just trying to get their budget where it belongs so it accurately reflects this, so they don't have to move money from some other account, typically personnel, into this one to cover it. So there's not a huge change in the cost of this budget item. We're simply trying to get the budget in the close to the right amount so that it appropriately tracks the expected spending.
I appreciate that's the best answer I've had in this entire budget cycle. I'm just kidding. No, thank you, Mr. Abbott. I appreciate it. With that answer, I'm satisfied, and I'll withdraw my motion.
Second withdraw, too? Thank you. Mr. Hall, did you want to make another motion?
Yes, I would move the consolidation of items 41 through 48.
Second.
Moved and second to consolidate. Issue in front of us, shall we consolidate items 41 through 48? Discussion from assembly members. Seeing no objection, Mr. Hall, you're first. Please vote. Okay, please vote. That is approved. We've consolidated 41 through 48. Ms. Dombrowski, an amendment on that group of amendments.
I move to approve.
Is there a second? Mr. Starr seconded. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, the next category is reduce equipment and furnishings budgets for departments. The first one is Health and Human Services. It would reduce that budget by $2,187. Which would leave it would leave it 2,187. It would leave it with just under $20,000, I believe. I'm trying to look. Yeah, just under there. Okay, the next one is real estate services. Reduce the equipment and furnishings budget to just above the 2014 level, so it would be a reduction of $2,300. Again, all of these amendments would be for, the savings would go for property tax relief. Amendment number 43, employee relations, reduce equipment and furnishings budget by $2,900, again, for property tax relief. Public Works Administration, reduce the equipment and furnishings budget to the 2014 level. The amount is $3,000. Maintenance and Operations Amendment number 45, it would reduce their equipment and furnishings budget by $3,370. Amendment number 46, the Municipal Manager's Office, it would be a $5,500 reduction in the same equipment and furnishings budget. Amendment number 47 is Internal Audit. It would reduce their equipment and furnishings budget by $500. And the last one is Project Management and Engineering. It'd be an $840 reduction in their equipment and furnishings budget. And again, that would go to property tax relief. My last comment on all these sets of amendments, you know, Mr. Chair, I've heard multiple comments today about the Assembly can only give guidance. You know what? It's our job to appropriate. And if that means we appropriate specific amounts, that's what we appropriate it to. So I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility or norm that a legislative body, when they're appropriating money, they're specific sometimes, and other times they're more broad on purpose to give more flexibility. But again, this was meant to be a collaborative effort. Quite frankly, I was surprised that none of the amendments were accepted. Some of them were quite small. Some of them were larger. As we had the discussion with the fire department and their uniforms, you know, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Wilbur were able to give a good answer as to why that wasn't a good amendment. And I think that's what the budget process should be. It should be back and forth. But I can tell you my frustration throughout this entire time is the lack of information that I've been able to get in a timely fashion from the administration. And as somebody who sits here who tries to help appropriate money, I get 1 vote out of 11, but that's our job. And when you have a lack of information flow or somebody or basically being ignored, it's very frustrating because I'm trying to do good work here. And I'm not trying to beat anybody over the head with a bully pulpit. I'm just saying, hey, why don't we look here? Why don't we look there? And so that was the intent behind a lot of this. But I still think these are solid amendments, so I urge approval.
Thank you. Other discussion from assembly members on this package of amendments? Not seeing any. We're going to vote on it. Mr. Hall, you're first. No. Please vote. Those amendments fail, 6-5. That's all the amendments we have in front of us, and the document is in front of us is the AO 2015-106S. There have been no amendments.
Move the S version.
You don't have to. It's already been moved. It's in front of us.
Thank you.
To comment on the budget one last time, assembly members, are we done enough of it? Mr. Starr.
I'd be remiss. I served in that role for some time. Ms. Gray Jackson, thank you very much for organizing the data on our side, the work session scheduling, all the stuff that goes into packaging. So you and your committee, particularly, I appreciate that more than you know. I think that when I see budgets, I look at them inherently. Mr. Evans spoke to it cleaner than I probably will, but I look at budgets from the ability to gain and create efficiencies. I take that in a challenge way. There's got to be a better way. Can we implement some of the technology we're buying? We've got an increased trained workforce. Where can I leverage that to gain efficiencies and reduce the spending? It is offensive to talk to and about the administration. It doesn't appear that that's how it started. One of the first things on my plate was sort of how can we increase revenues? That sort of got the tone set, was we need just more money. If we had more revenues, we could work it out. And I think that kind of overshadowed the conversation, both in when I presented my amendments at the work session. Typically, we have more than just the OMB folks at the work session so we can flesh things out. Mr. Wilbur did a nice job, but I didn't get sort of that interchange or eyebrow raising or watching facial expressions from folks above that. And that's certainly to empower your department heads, Mr. Mayor, but it's also to sort of have accountability. We're elected too, and I think the idea that, you know, we try to play this role, however reduced, that's where we go. I think we see a growing government in this budget, and I'm not certain that I enjoy that with the fact of sustainability that needs to balance it from one year to the next. SAPs coming out, or excuse me, what's the settlement? Mr. Flynn, you know it.
Speaking of the TAPS money?
Yes, the TAPS money. Sort of, I see one-time flushing of dollars to support an operating budget. I'm concerned about that. I think we tend to go back to the reliance on where we go for 57% or more of our money, and that's to the taxpayers. And that's very, very frustrating. To open the dialogue, to talk about diversifying our revenues, I'm all for that. I think that if we could guarantee that total taxes collected is just that, whether that be adding a sales tax in there or some other revenue form, if we could guarantee that, I would see that the business community could weigh in a reduction in their personal property taxes, stuff that they do at the end of every year. I would like to see that diversified revenue because this budget does it too. We just go back to the same place always, and that drum is beating it hard. I'll answer to the constituents as best I can. You know, we do what Ms. Dembowski did, and what I did is we get in there, we interchange, we have respect, hopefully, but we have to oftentimes just push whatever button we think. And I'm going to push no because I can't see going into the first of new year in January this tight. Ms. Dembowski's mentioned it as well. Essentially, folks, it means that there can't really be any out-of-the-box appropriations for the first 3 or 4 months of the year. These guys are brand new. I hope that's the case. I hope we don't have to appropriate throughout the year as much as you think we're going to. Then we end up with a surplus at the end. But it's a very tight spot to be in, already knowing that we're going to have to increase taxes. It's going to increase the conversation in April. Some of us won't be here, Ms. Johnson, but we'll have to raise taxes or not raise taxes, and that discussion becomes another one. How do we use fund balance? So, you know, there's another bite at this apple come April, and I'll stay engaged. Thank you for the time, Mr.
Thank you, sir. On 106S, Ms. Johnston.
Well, as I've said more than once, I hopefully will not be here for the first quarter budget revision. I hope the election goes well. But that being said, I do have concerns about this budget, and I appreciate the work that the administration has taken in drawing it up. I did not vote for the increased fees and fines because I was concerned about basing a budget on those fees and fines. And I think we're still not reaching our mark as far as our police, as far as our traffic violations, and I'm not sure if increasing the fees or fines are going to make it any better. So it concerns me. I hope when you guys do your first quarter budget revision that you continue to look at the 6-year fiscal plan and you look at the loaded cost of your appropriations. We've brought down those loaded costs a great deal over the last 6 years, but they're still there. And if you don't have a good 6-year fiscal plan that tracks out where you're going, then you're going to start having some problems. Because what you really want to save to make this a growing city is our AAA rating. And interest rates are going to go up. And right now the AAA, I mean, I always say right now borrowing money, they almost pay you to borrow it. But it will be going up. And if you don't maintain the AAA rating, then the building that I think this administration is hoping to do will become very expensive. So please keep your eyes open to that. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to vote on this. It's a luxury that, as I say, I won't have to vote on the taxes, so I can do whatever I want here. But I do hope that you folks, as you go forward and you look at your appropriations, you look at the cost as it goes out over 6 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evan, on 106S, sir.
Yes, just briefly. I gave my philosophical comments before about my view of government, and I realize not everybody shares that view of how much smaller we can make government, and I appreciate that there are different valid points of view on this. To Mr. Starr's comments, it's not much of a secret that I have drafted a sales tax ordinance that is designed to sort of diversify our tax base. It's meant to fall solely under the cap, so that it won't increase revenues, but will take some of the relief away from, or some of the burden away from property tax holders. It also has an element that actually dedicates some of the revenue towards principal debt relief, which is my personal little preference. But I'm hoping to introduce that so it'll be on our agenda December 8th. At least we can have the community dialogue. You know, it takes a 60% vote at the polls, but I think give the people the option of, you know, if that's what they want. There's some reasons for it. Some reasons I don't even favor it myself. I think there are some problems with having a sales tax, but I think it's a debate we should have and try to give some more legs to this revenue stool. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, when you bring that, will you please send it to the Finance Committee so they can do work on it and hold hearings on it, sir?
No.
You don't want to do that, huh? She can hit you. She's within range of you. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am, on 106S.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the work and energy and effort that has gone in, not only from the administration's point of view, but for all the employees that have assisted us and have put this budget together. And I just want to say thank you first and foremost. But secondly, you know, I feel I've obviously indicated I'm very concerned about the level of spending in this budget. There's this narrative out there that somehow we're spending less than we were last year. And frankly, my view is that's a facade. And oftentimes when we see government accounting, it's what account are we moving money into here and there. And I say that because we have a budget essentially that it was said was $2 million under last year's budget. Well, if you look at the operating budget number for number, okay, yeah, I can see it's $2 million less. But what didn't they tell you? They didn't tell you that they took 16 positions from the operating budget for SAP and they moved them to the capital budget. Right there is over $2 million. What else didn't they tell you? They didn't tell you that they reduced the contribution to the Police and Fire Medical Trust pre-funding account by hundreds of thousands of dollars. The initial was almost $900,000 less. Now it's probably about $500,000 or $600,000 less. But the point is, we had obligations, and rather than right-sizing government, rather than making the hard choices and going in and saying, okay, what can we do differently, like the SRO program, or potentially where could we save, like the nickels and dimes, the exercise we just went through. Rather than doing that, what happened? We just changed the tax cap. We know that money that's built into the budget for revenue sharing, I've been told by multiple state legislators, don't count on it. So instead of actually right-sizing the size of government, they didn't count on it. They just changed the tax cap so that now they're going to change the revenue stream from the state to the taxpayers.
I want to remind the body, when you're speaking to the issue, speak to the issue in front of us, not ascribe motivation to individuals voting yeah or nay.
I'm not prescribing
no, I'm
motivation.
just reminding you Robert's Rules of Order.
I'm talking about the budget, Mr. Chair.
I know, but part of that is when you say they, ma'am,
The budget,
you can't do it.
they being the assembly. Okay, I'll change it to we, even though I didn't vote for it. So we, being the assembly, we made these changes. And I think when we make these changes, I think it's not saying it's good or bad, but what it is saying is when we present a narrative to the public, I think it's our responsibility to provide the entire narrative. And maybe the citizens will come out and say, this is what we want. We want a bigger government. But I think when we grow, we have to grow in a sustainable manner. And we have to grow in a manner that actually people can afford. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I hear people talking over there. So to me, you know, frankly, I think I feel like this budget is kind of a reflection of what I call the ostrich effect, and we see it on multiple levels in government, where sometimes we don't really want to deal with the fact that we know we have an economic issue that's coming down the pike, and it's going to have a serious impact to our taxpayers and our community. And how do we maintain our levels of service for police and fire and roads and and education, all the things that we value? And I think just by taxing more or shifting how we're paying things or what budget we're putting in, I think we're not yet to the point where people are ready to have the hard conversation. And I guess that's my point, is because I want to see that discussion, because I think there's enough smart people up here. I got to tell you, I work with some incredible people, and I know they have the capacity and the ability to solve these hard problems. But we're not going to solve them if we refuse to talk about them. And for that, you know, quite frankly, I don't feel this budget is responsible. I don't think it deals with the reality of the situation, dealing with the state budget and our budget and the horizon. And so for that, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir, on the budget in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things, just in case anyone's concerned. I didn't get a good answer on a question I had either, at least certainly not a timely one. And so one of the issues I intend to revisit when we do get to first quarter is how we use area-wide EMS funds to support the Girdwood and Chugiak volunteer fire departments, because it does not appear to me, based on the data that I have reviewed, that we are being consistent. And I think we need to get better about that. On the other hand, it is a new administration. It was probably a little bit of a tricky issue for them to maneuver through, so I'll cut a little bit of slack this time, not next time. You know, I'm not in love with the budget, but I think it's acceptable. I think we are in the process right now of weaning ourselves off of state support for it. I think that's going to be uncomfortable. I think that's going to result in further reductions. And I think we may have to make some of it first quarter. But in the meantime, I think we've got a responsible document, and it's reasonable to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't initially going to comment on the budget overall, but I just wanted to remind the public that, you know, I know that we all take the responsibility of making sure the budget is proper and appropriate. I believe I said it before earlier, that our opening remarks to Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, that I think we do our best to give good government, and I really feel that we do that. To include this new administration, I know there's been some challenges because some of the new people in positions, in key positions, may not have that institutional history and knowledge that carries you forward into it. So certainly I expected to see some hiccups and you know, failure to get some of the answers you really wanted to in a timely manner. I know that happened as well. I personally, because of the work sessions being on Fridays in my work schedule, I wasn't able to be there, but I was able to get back briefed on the information. And so I feel like the amount of amendments, I've never seen this many, and that's not to say that we shouldn't. I'm just saying I've never seen this many, particularly as they were broken out. And so it was a bit confusing and I'll admit somewhat a bit frustrating for me, and I'm just speaking for me. And perhaps that was what led to my inappropriate comment. And I'll say it one more time for the record. I apologize. Now, saying that, one of the things I think the public needs to know, two of the things that are important here is, number one, our budget is based on, as Mr. Starr alluded to earlier, a large degree of property tax, about 57%. Earlier, meeting or two back, we passed an increase in some fees and fines, including our traffic fines, which haven't been changed in a number of years. And one of the comments, which was, you know, how are you going to balance this budget based on these increases in fines and fees? And it really isn't going to be that. In fact, I believe, at least in the area of the traffic violations, their projection is the same amount of citations number possibly being issued, hoping everybody pays them, of course, then that would bring in an increase based on the increase in fines. But if we really wanted to do taxpayers justice, under the cap, we would quadruple those fines, because then we would really see the money coming back out under the property taxes as necessary, because it falls in under the cap of a capacity. But that's certainly a breaking point factor, and none of us really want to be behind if we needed to, unless we needed to. Secondly, the thing that I think is most important to the public is that our budget is required by charter to pass as a balanced budget, and you're going to get that. You're going to get a balanced budget. Every year I've been on this assembly, I'm prideful of saying to our community and our constituents, we balance our budgets because we have to. There just isn't an option. So I'm thankful that we've got a balanced budget. I think it's a good budget, and I do believe there may be some adjustments coming. So thank you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Budgeting is an interesting process, and certainly in times like we have today, with the state revenue down as far as it is, and people are going to be looking to the municipality to cover some of the things that the state was doing in the past. We're in for a tough time, and when we get to first quarter, it's going to be interesting. It's a budget. It's not carved in stone, and there will be budget adjustments and there will be changes. It's a new administration with a lot of changes in the administration, and so was everything perfect? No, it's not. But we're going to have to start looking for ways to cut, and Ms. Dabowski brought some things forward that that I'm sure the administration will be looking at in terms of what we use, what we don't, because we'll be looking at them next time in terms of what levels were actually used. It's not going to be all rosy. It's going to be a difficult time, and we can't always look for cut. We also have to look for revenues. And but the taxpayers, the residential taxpayers of Anchorage, are suffering big time, and we need to find a way to to take that burden off them or to reduce the burden that's on them. When you look at, we get our presentations and you look at the bar charts, residential homeowners are paying the tab. So it's not perfect. It's a reasonable budget, and we'll see what happens the first quarter.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, sir. Mr. Hall, sir. You want to put on the queue, so I'll just go to somebody else. Ms. Gray Jackson? There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Hall. Thank you, sir. Other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, I've got a few comments relative to this budget. This budget was the first one from this administration. You did a good job on it, given the decrease in dollars that we're seeing out of Juneau. And I think this is only going to get worse as time goes on. I look forward to your sales tax coming, Mr. Evans, because your money will be raised and spent here. I fear the state's going to get a sales tax and make Anchorage a cash cow for the rest of the state of Alaska. And so we need to get your version before theirs hit. Because I've seen some legislators say, well, if you don't have your own sales tax, then you're not going to get credit if the state institutes one. So we need to look at it. I remember when I brought the tobacco tax forward. We now make average, we bring in $22 to $23 million a year, which offsets the property taxes. So if we get a sales tax, that may help the homeowners. My only concern is I want to make sure when you write it that there is protections for the taxpayers, that they cannot have an assembly raise the sales tax without going back to the public. I appreciate assemblies and mayors, but as things are, if they're allowed to go without going back to voters, you'll see the sales tax go up and the property tax keep going up. So you've got to have some safeguard built into what you bring forward to us. I look forward to it. And I got Mr. Falsey working on a marijuana tax that we'll be bringing forward this year too. Get it for the voters in April. With that, let's vote on this. Mr. Hall, you're first. This is on 106S. Please vote.
Yes.
Okay. That is approved by the body. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Second.
Immediate reconsideration has been urged. No vote's been requested. Okay. Do you have a quarter on the machine where we can drop it in and get it to work a little?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, we aren't actually required to have a budget done until the end of the year. So
I know, but
even if someone does reconsider, it's not a big deal.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
That seems to be your wish, because you asked me to make the motion.
I know.
So why don't we go through with it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr?
Well, I was going to say the same
Consideration?
thing with Mr. Flynn's comments on that. You know, by charter, we've got some time here, and, you know, I guess every avenue ought to be allowed on both sides. But, you know, it's a little bit offensive, actually, when we do that, partly because we don't sort of trust each other, and Mr. Evans gets all spun up on it. And it seems to be unnecessary as a body that's worked together for so long that you give away that hope of, you know, perhaps tomorrow we made something that was a grave error and we put it to bed. So it also doesn't prevent us, I don't believe, from bringing it back, but I'll try to temper that. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Mr. Hall, you're voting first. Please vote on the issue of reconsideration.
Yes.
Let's see where it's at. That's funny. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now that was reconsidered by the body. Now we got to vote again. Start with the amendments. No. No. We've been at this for how many hours? Let's just start the voting on this thing.
Like to move the S version with amendments.
It's in front of us.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall, we're voting on the issue again. We're re-voting on 106S. On the budget, Ernie. Okay, that item is passed. We'll move on. Elvie. No. Okay. We're now down on page 7. It's item 11G, Ordinance AO 2015-107, Ordinance accepting and appropriating funds for the 2016 Municipal Utilities/Enterprise Activities Operating Budgets and the 2016 Municipal Utilities/Enterprise Activities Capital Budgets. We'll need a motion on that item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Starr.
And Mr. Flynn, are you going to move your amendment on the port?
I just press the button.
Okay, I actually would propose that in the other packet that talks about the capital improvement budget, I think the pole barn one is more appropriate under 107, because I'm actually intending to move the amendment of that. So if you guys need to find it, it's actually stapled the first in the next packet under the general government capital improvement budget.
You want to move that now?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's labeled amendment number 1 for that, and it's $1,100,000 adjusting the ML&P operating budget.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, and I think that we were all sort of surprised with the RCA discussion about the fiscal health of ML&P, because I certainly don't feel like it's there. I wouldn't move this flippantly, but there's several things I'm trying to do here. Mr. Traney is also a co-sponsor on this. The idea that that we have surplus capital isn't taken lightly. The cash balance position, as stated in the ML&P finances, will be $159 million. That's significantly higher, even ending this year. That's almost up $5 million from what last year would end at. Also attached to my Amendment 1 is the capital improvement program as stated by ML&P, and it's not small. You know, they're proposing $20 million. It's attached to Amendment 1 here of general spending. ML&P has also bought property before. The Campbell Tract, that greenhouse property, was purchased originally from ML&P monies and then paid back. And lastly, I would just say it's time to sort of look at changing the perspective of that downtown corridor. And it's not to necessarily take all of Mr. Oliva's comments to heart, but I think the idea that ultimately if the city controls that property down there, we can have some latitude in that, whether it be an MLMP headquarters, a vacant buffer around the social services programs, or to quit paying rent and own the building and the structure and the land that we store our pole barn, our poles on. So the idea isn't taken lightly. 1.1 million, the utility can handle that.
Discussion for other Assembly members on this amendment. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I saw this proposed amendment initially, Mr. Starr, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I support it. I think it's a really good idea. But there were some comments made from the administration during the work session, and I'd like to hear them again before we vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. We need to switch places.
Do I?
Well,
I pegged in to speak. I didn't know I'd been, it was my turn. Madam Chairman, the administration does not support this amendment. The property in question is not deemed suitable for the purpose for which the amendment describes. There may be a need, and I emphasize may be a need, for additional land for ML&P operations going forward, but there's no active plan to purchase anything at this time. And even if there were, it's not likely that this parcel would be suitable for ML&P's needs going forward. So at this point, we do not believe that this is in the best interest of the utility.
thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, my question was, I thought Mr. Oliva was here at the last meeting telling us he would be willing to take $900,000 for this property. Did I not remember that correctly?
No, I can speak to that. That's in fact the appraised value, but Phase 1 environmental discussions, perhaps a realtor fee, something along those lines. I'm not ignorant to the fact of the appraised value, and what he's offered it up for is the $900,000. But in any business transaction, prudent to do a soils test and some of the environmental work on it. So ideally, we wouldn't spend all 1.1 million, but the empowerment would be realistic that we wouldn't have to come up with more money.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I was just wondering, there is a history of contaminated soil in that whole region, and has anybody sort of tracked or looked into in the administration as far as past owners, as far, becoming who would be responsible for the contaminated soil?
No. We have not done any recent or perhaps any historic work to determine the environmental condition of that property or who would bear the liability for any contamination that does exist.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting this. I think we need to pick up industrial property where we can find it. I think it's useful for ML&P. And I think when we take a look at what's going to happen in February when marijuana goes legal, you're going to see a lot of people trying to snatch up I-1. And this is property that's going to be out of our range if we don't buy it now. So we need to pick this up, and ML&P can use it. Because otherwise, I think you're going to find out I property is going to shoot off the chart. So I'll be supporting this, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn?
So we're going to the marijuana leasing business. I love it. I guess, just to be clear, I guess a question for the maker of the amendment. We're essentially authorizing the expenditure. It doesn't compel if the due diligence shows it's not a good purchase for fiscal or environmental reasons. Correct? That's correct. Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, we're going, Mr. Lance, you're not an Assembly member, sir.
Sorry about that.
What do you want to discuss?
I just wanted to make a note on 107, one edit on the second page, if I could, line 9.
Line what on the second page?
Correct, page 2.
Line what?
We're still doing the amendment, so.
We've got to deal with this amendment first, Lance. Let's deal with this one first, see if it's even going to happen. Thank you, sir. Other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote on this amendment. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, sir.
He's got to get unmuted.
I know he does.
Take a second.
Okay. Please vote. That's approved by the body. We now have in front of us 107S as amended.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd move the actual utilities enterprise operating budget amendment number 1, which was in the first packet. We can call it number 2. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, we have number 2 in front of us. It is the Port of Anchorage amendment for $37,500 for Mr. Flynn. It's been moved in second. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, it's actually for both the port and ML&P, and I was given to understand that the vacant communications position at the Port of Anchorage was not going to be backfilled, and that the Port of Anchorage and ML&P would share the remaining position that's actually also vacant at ML&P to handle their external affairs activities. Obviously, the port has to do some work on some fundraising, and ML&P, of course, has the ongoing customer activity as well as the potential acquisition of the BRU and other cook inlet assets. So seems to be a good place to save a few bucks. Obviously not a direct taxpayer savings, except that lower cost of the port translates into fewer dollars out of your pocket at the grocery store and lower rates for your power. So I think it's a good one, and urge support.
Thank you, sir. Other comments from assembly members before we vote on it? Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Mr. Flynn brought this back again this year because I think this is a solid amendment. Again, it reflects reality, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from assembly members? Not seeing any, we're going to vote on Mr. Flynn's amendment. Please vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. Yes. Please vote. That is approved by the body. Are there any other amendments for 2015-107? Lance, we need to make a change on page 2, line 9, isn't it?
Through the chair, on AO 115-107, line 9, it should say utility and enterprise activities capital budget funds.
Right. How much?
It should just say capital budget funds.
Oh, capital, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Is there any, what? I thought I heard one.
I'll move
Sorry.
it.
I thought Jennifer
Second.
did it. She's on the list.
Second.
Okay, Paul's second on it. Sorry, I thought I heard Jennifer. Anyway, so it's going to read what on line 9, Lance?
Mr. Chairman, on AO 115-107S, it should say utility enterprise activities capital funds.
Operating funds, okay. I know capital.
Should not say operating, just capital.
Should say capital funds. Okay. Mr. Honeman, anything else, sir?
Is this where the 1.1 we just approved goes in on ML&P, or is that under the? So we should also include that, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Wilbur agrees. Under line 2, ML&P, I think that should go up 1.1 million. It should be 40.769. Approved as amended.
We need to vote on Jennifer Johnston amendment. Mr. Hall, you're first. Yes. Please vote. Mr. Jackson, thank you. That is approved. We now have in front of us 2015-107 as amended. Any discussion from assembly members? Mr. Hall, you're first in voting, sir. Yes. Please vote. Mr. Peterson, you're next. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 11H, ordinance AO 2015-108, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2016 operating and capital budget of Anchorage Community Development Authority. Need a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded for approval. Mr. Holman, Mr. Evans. Discussion from assembly members.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
I have an amendment.
Next one, please.
That's the next
I
one?
don't think you want to do this one. You might want to do the next one.
Okay. 109, okay, excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. Holman?
Mr. Chairman,
You're into 108.
I know Mr. Halco's been in the audience. I'm not sure if there's anything he'd like to add, but before we take the vote, but basically I think it's a very good budget, and I'd encourage approval.
Thank you. Any other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. Yes. Please vote. The item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is 11I, ordinance 2015-109, an ordinance adopting the 2016 general government capital improvement budget.
Need a move to approve?
Mr. Honeman, you meant to approve the S version.
The S version, yes.
Which is on the addendum to the agenda, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Move the S version.
Thank
And
you.
I believe
just wanted
Mr.
to make
Peterson.
sure.
I believe Mr. Peterson has an amendment.
Yes, he does. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move substitute amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
And
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have an additional amendment to this amendment. As we were researching this right up to right before I was driving into the meeting today, we found that there had actually been a previous grant, a couple grants actually had been received by a previous member that represented East Anchorage. And so the change in numbers, if you go to page 2 of substitute amendment, we are not going to be asking for $2.7 million for a state grant this year because we realize that that is unrealistic. We are going to be asking for $2.7 million in bonds, and we just recently got information that there's going to be a federal grant coming for $1.8 million.
Correction, that's 2.8.
Or, no, it's actually 1.8. We already have received 1.1 million. The bond would be for 2.7. The federal money would be 1.8, and that gives us a total of 5.6, which is what the estimate for the project will be. So, I guess
That's your amendment, Mr. Peterson. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Holman seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and the reason I'm introducing this amendment to put this, to get some funding to complete this project, it's up on Campbell Airstrip Road. This has been a #1 priority for the Bachelor Community Council for a decade or more. And it's actually a public safety hazard for about a half a mile on that road, just up from the fire station. And I've actually talked to the firemen, and they are all thinking that this would be a very good idea. The road is 22 feet wide, in this one section with no shoulders. And there is already a path that people take, but right when you get to this section of the road, the path ends. So all of a sudden, people are biking and walking and jogging along the side of the road. And when you're coming down the hill, and you come around this curve and you see all these people, if you're not prepared for it, or if there's a car coming in the other direction, a severe accident could happen. Someone could be killed. So that is why this has been the #1 priority for the Bachelor Community Council for a long period of time. And we are in a good situation. The design is 75% complete and could be ready to bid in approximately 60 days. Was an estimate that was given to me. So if this was approved, we could probably get the work done in 2017 at the latest. And so I think it's an important public safety item that we need to consider, and I would appreciate your support on this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, through the chair for the administration, just conceptually, would you package this as a standalone voter request, or would you put it inside the greater bond package?
This is inside ARDSA, so it would be eligible on the Muni Road bond, and if it were adopted, that's where we presume it would go.
I asked this at the work session on the policy of retiring bonds, perhaps at the same rate that you're issuing. Have you thought, from an administration perspective, perhaps more the mayor, on what you would like to see from a policy on retiring bonds and issuing new? It relates to our debt service.
Generally speaking, we'd like to retire bonds, but we also have to be aware that rates are pretty good right now, and we should be willing to take advantages of the financial markets that exist.
So in terms of our debt service numbers, the formula that we have, you've already budgeted an expectation of debt service contribution in the operating budget. I believe it fits in there some $42 million worth of debt service on outstanding debt. How will this change some of those conversations?
I think I can answer at least the initial question. The authorization of bonds in 2016 at whatever amount is not likely to affect it definitely will not affect 2016 debt service. Those bonds wouldn't probably sell until 2017, maybe late 2016, but we wouldn't start making principal and interest payments until 2017 at the earliest.
When we sell it, and then the tax cap is adjusted and all the other things that happen with that. The federal grant that's specific to this trail, I guess it's specific. That's the first question. Is it specific, or is it a federal area-wide trails grant? Do we know?
We do. The application is for this project specifically, and we have been given a pretty high degree of confidence that once the federal highway bill passes, it's in the final stages of congressional approval, that this project will be funded.
At the federal level?
Yes, at the $1.8 million level.
And my last question, if I can, Mr. Chairman, what happens if that all happens, we start to do the trail improvement as suggested, and then the bond doesn't pass? What do we find ourselves in?
If we get the federal money but we don't get the road money, we'll have an option of either trying to find the $1.8 million of bond funds from a different source, or completing the trail project as a standalone project. I don't think we believe that would make sense. We believe that we should do the road and trail work in the same project. So my guess is that if the bond failed, but the federal money came through, we would wait until we had the additional funds necessary to do the whole project.
Yeah, so no match is required then to prove up on the federal grant?
I don't believe this is a match required project. There's certainly plenty of local contribution associated with this, so that wouldn't be a problem if in fact there were a requirement.
Good. Thanks for the answers.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman, on the amendment in front of us, sir.
I appreciate, Mr. Peterson covered pretty adequately. The Bachelor Community Council in Stuccan Heights area have been probably better than 15 years, have been seeing that this is a very necessary, needed upgrade. And so they've worked real hard to try to make sure that it's done as effectively or efficiently as possible. And they've actually been very good at trying to lobby for the funding at the state level. It's unfortunate that the funding capacity just isn't there. We had that on the projection, but we're glad that the federal government's funding might be able to substitute for that. So appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully somebody here is just more knowledgeable about this than I am. I was just curious about the price, because it seemed we're talking about 0.4 of a mile of a road, and if my math is right, that's $2,627 a foot. Is that, and that seems like a lot, but I don't, is there a reason why it's so expensive?
Because the road's going to have to be almost entirely reconstructed, because it essentially was built with a cat by the homesteaders that went in above, that went in on the Basher Road, Stuckagon Heights area. There's incredibly bad drainage. There's obviously no trail. It's expected that the entire road base is going to have to be X'd out and replaced.
Thank you.
So yes, it will be on a per foot or per mile basis. It will be a very expensive project.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to do one final conclusion. I think it's important that we to pass this now. The last thing we would want to have is to do part of the project 1 year and then end up doing the project another year or two later. I've heard from many citizens over the years that really frustrates them when they see that they're working on a section of the road 1 year and then they come back and they're working on the section again the next year. I just don't think we want to put ourselves in that situation. It sort of gives government a black eye, so to speak. So I think it's much more efficient if we get the funding and do the whole project one time and be finished with it. Thank you.
Looks like there's no other questions from Assembly members. Let's vote on this amendment. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. One more. There we go. Mr. Peterson, good news. That is approved. You and Mr. Holman did a great job. Now we have in front of us 109S as amended. Lance, do we need to do any changes on the numbers, or you can take care of that later?
We're good.
Okay. What? Okay. Mr. Hall, you're first in 109S as amended.
Yes.
Please vote. Who? Jennifer, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. That's approved by the body. So do you live near there? Sylvan Drive, yeah.
Yep.
Like I told you, Cindy, the work now begins. You've got to get the votes on the bond in April.
I know, I realize it, but this is the closest we've ever been. Thank you very much.
Okay, well. Okay, we've been at this a while. Next item in front of us is item 11J, resolution of 2015-271, resolution adopting the 2016-2021 General Government Capital Improvement Program. And I think on the addendum, there's probably an S version. Where did my addendum go? There it is. Okay, on the addendum to the agenda, there is a resolution 2015-271S. So I'm going to need a motion on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the
And second it.
Okay, the S version is moved by Mr. Flynn, second by Mr. Honeman. Discussion on that item. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none. 271S.
Actually, I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. This is just the resolution approving what we just approved, basically. It's not the budget document.
Yeah, can I just have a little liberty? When we had
Go
to
ahead.
change the program, for example, our fire station had to be changed.
Right.
We had to change both documents, I thought, Mr. Flynn, but
We did.
I'm not certain
When we,
if that's at approval of the budgets, but
Lance?
We did change the budget so we can match it with the request that came through.
Through the chair, if I could.
Sir.
The purpose of this S version is to be consistent with the year 2016 that you just approved.
okay, got it.
Okay. And discussion from assembly members. Seeing none, please vote Mr. Hall.
Yes.
Please vote. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 11L, Resolution AR 2015-273. What? Did I miss K? Excuse me, I missed K. Yeah, okay, my fault. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now on item 11K, Resolution AR 2015-272, resolution approving the 2016-2021 Municipal Utilities / Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Program. That item is in front of us.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Mr. Honeman. Mr. Flynn? Anything, sir? Okay. Any discussion from assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Starr, sir? Thank you, sir. That was approved by the body. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we can go to 14L. Okay, 11L. Okay, we have in front of us item 11L, Resolution AR 2015-273, resolution adopting the 2016-2021 six-year fiscal program. I need a motion on that from the Assembly.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Johnston, seconded by Mr. Honeman. Discussion from Assembly members. Mr. Starr.
It was an embarrassing time when I chastised Ms. Selcraig for trying to make sausage up here on the program. But, Mr. Wilbur, we chatted at the work session about some of the policy statements that you've spoken on the record now being sort of the goals driven by that. And this fiscal plan is hard to put together from that end-of-year time frame. Some of it looks a little bit cut and paste from last year's and sort of the same structure. But I appreciate the policy statements on what you intend to do on debt reimbursement, the conundrum we're in with debt reimbursement, how we're going to handle that, some new things that affect our long-range planning where they've changed. So it's not a lecture, but the debt reimbursement from the state is going to change our fiscal model. In here, as you've done it, I'll approve it, but certainly I think we need to be cognizant of it. The other one is your debt policy on retirement of bonds versus new issuance. If that's going to be a divergence, we would want to tell the public that through some public document that we're not doing it that way anymore. So it would be helpful to have sort of an updating speak on a document that we approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Anything else, Mr. Starr? Okay. Comments from other Assembly members? Okay, we're now going to vote on this item. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. The item is approved. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take, now that we're finished with all the budgets, just a really quick moment to first off thank the administration for their first budget, and I think they did a fine job considering this was their first budget and what they had to work with. And I also want to thank my colleagues for the dialogue. It was really good dialogue, and I appreciate the proposed amendments that folks were bringing forward, but frankly, I'm glad they didn't pass because the administration spent a lot of time scrubbing the budget on their own, which is what they should do. and they found cuts. I really look forward to first quarter budget revisions to see just how much money is left over sometime in April. And I also want to thank our staff. We have a fairly new budget analyst. Rose is our new budget analyst, and I just want to personally thank her, but on behalf of all of us, for doing a really, really good job her first time out. We really appreciate everything that you did to help us make this process move along really smoothly. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Greg Jackson, let me take a moment for a second and thank you so much. You do a great job every year. You make it seamless. And I know it's not, LB, but you do a great job. Thank you very much for being Budget Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next item in front of us is item 14L, Resolution Air 2015-285, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $360,234 from the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Justice Programs Edward Verne Memorial Justice
Waive reading.
Assistance Grant. Thank you. This is mobile data, computer, laptop, refresh, data storage, expansion, / upgrade, uninterrupted power supply. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name and career for the record. Spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
The body. Mr. Honeman moved it, second by Ms. Johnston. Mr. Honeman?
Just a quick comment. When we say waive reading, there's several different dollar amounts coming from different grants and such, so we're not trying to, confuse the public. It's pretty lengthy, so trying to save discussion. Urge approval.
Any other discussion for assembly members? If not, Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. Okay. Good. That's approved. I want to take 14 up next. Move to take up 14 now.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
Move to change the order of the day to take up 14O.
Second.
It's moved and second to take up item 14O. Discussion from assembly members.
Yeah, Mr.
Should not take that long.
Okay. I'll make a motion after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to doing that? Anybody with the body? Mr. Hall, do you oppose that?
I do not.
Okay. Madam Clerk of the minutes reflect we've changed order today. We're now taking up item 14O first. Thank you. Oh, let me get this here. Item 14O is AO 2015-129, ordinance authorizing the acquisition of Waldron Lake Park described as Tract 1A, Waldron Subdivision Plat 2001-67, PID 009-181-14, located at 1470 Cash Drive for a purchase price not to exceed $3,920,000. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Give us your name, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you're in. Anyone at all? Welcome, sir.
My name is Ken Welch, W-E-L-C-H, and I live in the Bancroft subdivision that is directly adjacent to the Waldron Pond. And this is something that the community council supports very strongly. Mr. Trainee and Ms. Gray Jackson have both worked very hard on this, and I would urge you to vote to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing sentiment public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I want to take a moment to publicly thank Senator Ellis, Senator Gardner, Representative Josephine, and if I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but I want to thank you for your efforts in getting us this money, Senator Begich, because it's been a long time coming. This project has been worked on for a really long time. I was staff to the Assembly when former Senator Begich was on the Assembly with Mr. Trainee, and I'm just really so excited that it's finally done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll turn this over to you.
Mr. Trainee.
I got started with this in the 80s, trying to get this approved as community council chairman, and we had multiple things that stopped us along the way. And from then running for the assembly and getting elected to the assembly, I've been after this ever since. And I'm so happy we're finally here. And I want to thank my neighbors that wrote Governor Parnell, because the first time we got this through Juneau, Governor Parnell said no. And we didn't take no for an answer. Went back to the legislature, and this time we inundated his office with emails, and he approved it this time. So I want to thank the former governor for the $4 million in the state legislature all involved in this. I think you actually voted on this a couple times, Pete.
I actually have voted in favor of this twice before, Mr. Chairman.
Well, now it gives you a third time. But this is, I've met with the Boys and Girls Club, and the administration's reached agreement with them. This is a very good piece of land. It's 16.9 acres. And just my community council is going to be extremely happy to have this. And I'll be making I've got legislation that Julie's working on now to turn this into park status. Because I want to make sure we don't have a problem with somebody later trying to carve part of the property up and put site condos in it, which is threatened one time. Huh? Do you want to know who the mayor was? I'm happy to tell you. Ain't going to happen. So anyway, that's all I've got to say. I'd appreciate it if you'd vote on this. It's been you talk about her being excited. I've got a whole community council just so excited for this. We need to get it done. And you're not going to see grants like this from Juneau happening again, given the price of oil. So we simply need to conclude this deal and get it done. And again, my thanks to the administration for supporting us on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Please vote.
Mr. Hall, vote first.
Oops. Mr. Hall?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move change the order today to take up item 14L.
Second.
And just the reason is we can get Mr. Lyon out of here so he can get back to work using these grant monies.
I do not.
Mr. Trainee, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I can.
There you go.
We have in front of us resolution here, 2015-292, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $1,167,590.
Waive reading.
From fine. This is.
You want me to explain it?
Yes, go ahead.
This is how we receive federal and state monies to do our AMATS planning process.
Thank you, sir. I would have read the whole thing. Anyway, public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, cleared for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Flynn, any comments, sir?
Just if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer it. But this is what we do each year, and it's grant-funded planning money.
Okay. Any comments from assembly members? Do we have a motion? Yeah, Mr. Flynn might have. I just don't see it on the board up here. No, it's not, but it'll get here eventually. At least it'll let me bring the voting up. We got to get this system looked at one of these days. Mr. Hall, sir, first, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Please vote. That's approved unanimously by the body.
Mr. Lyon, go home. Get to work early tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next item in front of us is item 14B, Resolution Air 2015-283, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $635,628 to the state direct pass.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is Anchor Rides Transportation Services to the senior citizens. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing say no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any. Mr. Starr, sir. Mr. Starr?
I'm being partial to our area again. Are we having any sort of preferential treatment at Anchor Rides dispatch to Chugiak Eagle River? Okay. The policy that requires a separate snowplow truck, I've often seen it in our area. Do we still do that? You accompany your Anchor Rides vehicles with a snowplow oftentimes.
If there's expected to be a problem with the road, we will call Subursa and ask them to make sure that the road is cleared.
Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, I don't mind Subursa out there, but I've seen transit vehicles coming all the way from Anchors to clear Anchor Ride pickup points in Chugiak Eagle River. So we'll gladly do it, and we'll gladly do it much more efficiently than sending transportation folks all the way out there.
Okay.
Particularly. So if I have to cover with Subursa, we certainly will. But also consider maybe buying a four-wheel drive assist van. Thank you.
Any other concerns, Mr. Starr? Okay. Let's vote on this. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. That was approved by the body. Next item in front is item 14C, Resolution AR 2015-284, Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $168,750 to the state direct pass-through. This is for transit service and preventive maintenance. Public hearing is now on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing say no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Don't appear to be any. Mr. Hall, you're first, sir.
Yes.
Please vote. Item is approved by the body. Next item in front is item 14D, Resolution 2015-286, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $181,940 to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Project Fund 485 to Federal Transit Administration grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation for bus stop improvements. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name, if you would, please. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. We'll vote on this one. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us, item 14E, Resolution AR 2015-287, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $280,000 to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Project Fund 485 as a Federal Transit Administration grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation for winter city pedestrian safety and bus stop improvements. Thank you. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. Tell us where you live. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Johnston, seconded by Mr. Honan. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any. Mr. Hall, your first vote. Please vote. That's approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14F, Resolution AR 2015-288, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,588,766 to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Project Fund 485. This is for acquiring transit vehicles and bus stop improvements. Item is now open for public testimony. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, spell your last name, and state your name, spell your last name, and Tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the
Move
body?
to approve.
Moved by Mr. Hodeman, second by Ms. Johnston. Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. Okay.
You get one more.
When I see a sea of green and there's a red one there. Okay. That's approved. Next item in front is item 14G, Resolution 2015-289. This is Diamond Center pedestrian and transit improvements. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wants to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
Mr. Hodeman moved it. Ms. Johnson seconded it. Mr. Hodeman.
Just to let the public know that are watching, these last few ordinances dealing with federal transit dollars, and for a very small amount of matching dollars at the municipality level on our operating taxes, we're getting millions from the federal transit for public transportation in our community, except for Eagle River. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Well, good use of funding. We're working on it, Mr. Starr. Working on it.
Any discussion from assembly members? Not seeing any. Please vote, Mr. Hall. Yes. Okay, please vote. That item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 14H, Resolution AR 2015-290, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,557,825 from the state of Alaska. And let me tell them what this is about.
This is for the WIC program, sir.
This is Women, Infants, and Children's WIC Supplemental Nutrition Services. Public testimony is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name, and spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hodeman, second by Ms. Johnston. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any. Mr. Hall, you're first. Yes. Please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us, item 14L, Resolution 2015-291, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,523,000. What? Oh, sorry. You're right. I'm going to have to get better glasses. Item 14I, Resolution 2015-291, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,573,379 from state of Alaska, Department of Health and thank you. This is child care licensing program money. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Hodeman, second by Ms. Gray Jackson. Comments from assembly members? Not seeing any comments. Please vote. Mr. Hall, you're first. Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson, there must be something wrong. Thank you.
There is an anomaly floating around here. Thank you. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14J, Resolution AR 2015-296, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $378,300 from State of Alaska Department of Health and Human Services and Social Services as a grant, the State Direct/Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the provision of public health nursing services in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward and state your name and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Johnston, second by Mr. Honeman. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Please vote. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14K, Resolution 2015-297, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $108,500 from the Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the provision of HIV preventive work. What? Okay, public testimony is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one.
Move to approve.
Public testimony is closed. Wish the body.
Move to approve.
Mr. Honeman moved it. Seconded by Ms. Johnston. Any discussion from assembly members? Not seeing any. We'll vote now. Mr. Honeman, Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
Okay. Please vote. And Ms. Gray Jackson, push your button.
I did, Mr. Chairman.
I know, but that time it worked. I don't know why it didn't the other times. That's approved by the body. Next item in front is item 14M, Resolution AR 2015-298, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $375,000 from the Port of Anchorage Fund 570, unrestricted fund balance. This is for storm drain system 3 emergency repairs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, clearly and spell your last name. Tell us what town you live in. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Ms. Johnston moved it, second by Mr. Honeman. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Honeman.
Well, I'm sitting here looking through the 2013. I probably should have this information available to me, but is there not a fund at the port for O&M for such repairs and such? I thought we had a contingency fund for
That's where it's coming from.
Well, it looks like we're getting it from a fund balance. Is it from the port fund? I see. I got it. Yes, I got it. Never mind. I withdraw it.
Okay. Any other discussion from assembly members? Doesn't appear to be any. Mr. Hall, you're first to vote, sir.
Yes.
Please vote. That's approved by the body. I personally think he left just so he could be first on everything. You know? What time of the day is it down where you're at, Ernie?
So 11 o'clock. We got actually it's 5 to 11. You got 5 minutes to finish up.
Go, Ernie.
We'll be able to get that done, Ernie. Next item in front is item 14N, Ordinance AO 2015-128, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by sale of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 6-008, legally described as Lot 19 USS. Okay. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name current for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the
Move
board?
to approve.
Moved by Mr. Honeman, second by Ms. Johnston. Discussion from assembly members. Doesn't appear any discussion. Mr. Hall, you're first.
Yes.
That is approved. That completes our agenda. No special orders, no unfinished agenda. Audience participation. Is there anybody here who wants to address the assembly on any item that was not on our agenda tonight? Okay. We move on down to assembly comments.
Mr. Chairman.
What, Mr. Honeman?
Happy Thanksgiving.
What, sir?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
I just want to thank the body. We dealt with the budget tonight, and that's never an easy process. My thanks to the clerk's office and to the administration for getting us the documents so we could deal with this. We're adjourned.